Chapter 4690. Kill. Lin Xian roared angrily. The Tai Chi diagram slashed over, spinning between heaven and earth, attacking the tranquil cloud sect expert. That expert roared angrily, "You're courting death." He rushed over and engaged in a great battle. Endless black storms appeared behind him, turning into chains, covering heaven and earth as they attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. The Tai Chi diagram spun between heaven and earth, blocking these chains. At the same time, endless sword chi rushed out from his body, waving his hands. The immemorial demon mountain descended from the sky. The surrounding void continued to shatter, and the chains were also suppressed. Insignificant skill. The peak Saint King of the tranquil cloud sect snorted, bringing with him an unparalleled power, charging towards the immemorial demon mountain. The immemorial demon mountain kept shaking, but it did not shatter. That power even caused the tranquil cloud sect's elder to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xian stood on the immemorial demon mountain, looking down at the other party. "Now you still say that I'm insignificant? I think you're the one who's overestimating yourself." Everyone was shocked. Even a peak Saint King elder could not take down the other party. This kid was too heaven-defying. Everyone attacked together. The peak Saint King of the Golden Crow tribe rushed over. There were two of them. On the other side, two more came from the Tranquil Cloud sect. For peak Saint Kings attacked the other party together. Not good. This time, Yi Wu Dao Danfeng and the others exclaimed. The other party was unable to contend with such a terrifying lineup. High Immortal. This time Hualing Su Lai and the others were also nervous. Although Lin Xian was called High Immortal by them, it was said that the other party was injured and his cultivation was only at Saint King. Could he contend against 4 peak Saint Kings? Lin Xian stood there without dodging. He could feel a terrifying power coming from all directions, sealing off the entire heaven and earth. It seemed that the other party was preventing him from escaping. Would he escape? With a cold shout, he waved his hand, and a black jar flew out from his storage ring, releasing a terrifying devouring light. Go die. The 4 peak Saint Kings released their peerless abilities, annihilating everything in front of them. Boom! This time it was finally over. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't dead. The pupils of the Violet Palace realm cultivator constricted as a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Martial Dao, they saw through everything and discovered that Lin Xian was not dead. How was this possible? The others were also stupefied. An expert tore apart the void, discovering that 4 vortexes had appeared in front of him, completely swallowing the exceptional divine abilities. What was that whirlpool? Like I said, you can't stop me. Obediently become my stepping stone. Lin Xian said in a cold voice. He held the black jar in his hand and looked down like a demon god. Everyone's gaze landed on the black can. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. What was that? What a powerful weapon. Damn it, he actually had such a thing. The pupils of the Z government shrank. In the next moment, they seemed to have thought of something. Some of the older generation cultivators cried out in alarm. The heaven-devouring jar. How could you have such a thing? What was the heaven-devouring jar? The young prodigy was puzzled. The faces of the elders of the remote antiquity families also changed. Could it be one of those legendary things? Damn it, he actually obtained such a treasure. It was a divine artifact of the heavenly court. It was said to be able to swallow the heavens and the earth. It was extremely terrifying. It was even rumored to be an imperial weapon. What? Countless eyes turned red. They stared at the black can in disbelief. In the void far away, He Shan looked at this scene and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. It seems that this kid has obtained a fortune. I'm relieved. Lin Xian was also surprised. Was this black can called the heaven-devouring jar? It was also the first time he knew about it. After all, no one had told him about it. What surprised him even more was the origin of this jar. It was an extreme-grade weapon. How could it be? Lin Xian was puzzled. In front of him, Golden Crow also roared. Elder, you must be mistaken. Even a supreme saint might not be able to use an extreme weapon. How much power does it require? He's just a little Saint King. How could he use an extreme weapon? Xingtian, Su, Guangming, and the others nodded. Leaf, Dao Denier frowned. After all, his clan had extreme Dao-level weapons. They naturally knew how much power it would take to use that dangerous power once. A Saint King couldn't use it at all. Only if the other party had a boundless amount of power would it be possible. But just now they didn't see it. Purple Mansion's Elder Zhang gritted his teeth. Extreme weapons were indeed terrifying, but there were exceptions. For example, the Heaven-Devouring Jar was an exception. The Heaven-Devouring Jar was very mysterious. It was said that the material used to make it was very special. Therefore, even a supreme saint could use it. The only difference was the power. A Saint King had the power of a Saint King, and a great saint had the power of a great saint. Once a supreme saint used it, or if he had enough power, it would be able to display extreme power. What kind of material was it? How could it be so strange? Purple Mansion's Elder gritted his teeth. It was said that it was made from the corpse of a supreme saint. It was a weapon with life. No way. Countless people were dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Was this the corpse of a supreme saint alive? He was stunned. Didn't that mean that after we killed him, we could use it too? Evil Spirit, Jin Wu Hao, and the others' eyes turned red. Everyone's gaze fell on Lin Xian. How heaven-defying was a treasure that could be controlled by a supreme saint. In the distance, Dan Feng's expression changed. Not good. How could Lin Gongzi be so careless as to take it out? Supreme Saint Pill Fireside. Perhaps he didn't know the origin of this thing either. Lin Xian indeed didn't know before. Now that he knew, he didn't regret it. So what if he was targeted by these people? Even if he didn't have the Heaven-Devouring Jar, these people wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, why would he hide it? Kill. 3 more supreme saints appeared around him. They were all peak Saint Kings. Their auras were unparalleled, suppressing the heaven and earth. Even if he had the Heaven-Devouring Jar, he wasn't invincible. They didn't believe that he could fight against 7 peak great saints. Terrifying auras shook the heaven and earth. Everyone was worried for Lin Xian again. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "Do you think you have more people?" He formed a seal with his palm, and the demonic beast bag flew out. A few figures came out from it. One of them was the 3-eyed vermilion bird, and the other was the purple Qilin. The purple Qilin had already recovered from its injuries. After all, Lin Xian had obtained countless heavenly treasures before. After the 2 peak demonic beasts came out, they roared into the sky. Everyone's expression turned ugly. This guy could control demonic beasts, especially the purple Qilin. Especially the purple Qilin. Back then it had been surrounded and attacked by quite a few peak stage Saint Kings, and only then did it escape. His strength was unparalleled. Damn it, this guy has so many trump cards. We can't waste any more time. We have to kill him quickly. Everyone was filled with killing intent. Lin Xian was too heaven-defying. They couldn't let him live. The 7 peak Saint Kings rushed over and fought with him. The purple Qilin roared and charged toward 3 of them. The 3-eyed vermilion bird also charged toward 2 of them. As for the remaining 2, Lin Xian faced them head-on without any fear. Although he was only a mid-stage Saint King, 2 levels lower than his opponents. So what? Chapter 46-91. The heaven-swallowing jar shot out a jet-black light. A terrifying vortex swallowed the 9 heavens. The 2 peak Saint Kings felt that their chi, blood, and souls were about to be swallowed away. They roared angrily, cutting off the void. Following that, each person struck out with a palm. Wrath of the Netherworld. The serene cloud sex Saint King roared. Black laws swept out continuously. Heaven burning palm. On the other side, the Golden Crow race expert erupted with a power that could burn heaven and earth. The two charged towards Lin Xian together. Lin Xian roared. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He displayed the 9-yang divine physique to the extreme. Like a golden war god, endless sword qi swept out at the same time. The Tai Chi diagram also flew out. Human ruler seal, mountain embracing seal, dragon elephant finger, great desolate heaven splitting hand. All kinds of ultimate techniques flew out. Coupled with the heaven swallowing jar, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the battle with the two peak Saint Kings. The two peak Saint Kings went crazy. Damn it, this brat's strength was equivalent to a peak Saint King. Coupled with that heaven swallowing jar, blocking the two of them was no problem at all. As for the other few peak Saint Kings, they were held back by the two peak Saint Beasts. It was difficult for them to split up for a while. Could it be that 7 people could not take down the other party? The people watching the battle from afar were even more shocked. This kind of person was too incredible. The faces of the people from the Purple Mansion were cold. A peak Saint King from the Purple Mansion merged into the void and quickly charged over. In an instant, he arrived behind Lin Xian. Die. When the 3 peak Saint Kings arrived, Lin Xian suffered a huge threat. Boom! This person also used Dragon Elephant Finger, charging towards his heart. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He summoned the great Saint Pagoda to block this attack. With a clang, he was shaken until his qi and blood roiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he turned around. You're courting death. The great dragon, Sword Soul, was summoned by him. A sword slashed over. The pinnacle Saint King still wanted to resist, but he was cleaved in half by the sword. His body and soul were destroyed. One move, instantly killing a peak Saint King. Everyone was stunned. Even the other peak Saint Kings felt their blood run cold. What kind of method was this? The people from the Purple Ministry couldn't believe that their opponent hadn't used the sky-swallowing jar. Instead, he used another sword shadow. What was that? Was it not weaker than the heaven-swallowing jar? The people from the Z government stared at him with bloodshot eyes. Suddenly they roared. Could it be the legendary Great Dragon Sword? You are the successor of the Great Dragon Sword. The Great Dragon Sword was one of the 5 swords under the heavens. Although it wasn't an extreme weapon, it was said to be an offensive saint art, which was extremely powerful. This brat even had the Great Dragon Sword. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He didn't explain, and once again brandished his Great Dragon Sword to attack. With one sword, the elder of the Tranquil Cloud sect was split into 2. At the same time, he activated the heaven-devouring demonic pot with all his might. The Golden Crow, tribe's peak holy king, roared crazily and tried to defend himself. But in the end, he was still devoured. Blood flew out from the heaven-devouring devil pot and turned into a bloody mist. He was dead. In the blink of an eye, the 3 peak stage Saint Kings on Lin Xian's side had all fallen. The strength of his battle prowess made people terrified. Lin Xian was like a demon god looking down on the world. He stared at Golden Crow, How, and walked towards him. Golden Crow, How was so frightened that he almost knelt on the ground. Old Zhang, save me. He kept asking for help. The people of the Golden Crow tribe all rushed forward. Brat, do you want to die? Lin Xian used the heaven-swallowing jar to open a path. The terrifying devouring vortex made these people's souls about to collapse. They were terrified. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In addition, there was a demon show beside him, the Void Beast. It was simply like a ghost appearing out of nowhere. With the Void Beast, it was as if he had comprehended a void, absolute art. He instantly arrived in front of Golden Crow How. Dragon Elephant Finger pointed out, and Golden Crow How's body shattered. With a roar, a golden pagoda flew out from Golden Crow How's body. Roar! It protected his bloodline and soul. Thank you for activating the treasure in my body. Golden Crow How roared towards the sky. Brat, do you think you are the only one who has a powerful trump card? I have one too. The Golden Pagoda shone brightly, and a terrifying aura spread out. Countless people were shocked. This was a great sage treasure placed in Golden Crow How's body. It was used to protect his life. Now, Golden Crow How's life was threatened. The great sage artifact flew out automatically. The Golden Pagoda floated between heaven and earth. Golden Crow How sneered. Die! It shattered the void, and a terrifying power enveloped the area. Its power had already surpassed that of a sage king. Lin Xian used the heaven-swallowing jar to block the surrounding attacks of the Golden Crow tribe. At this moment, he only had the great dragon sword soul left. With a sneer, the great dragon sword soul turned into a true dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it circled the area. It instantly enveloped the Golden Pagoda. The two of them fought in the area. Lin Xian sneered. Without this great sage artifact, what else do you have? He walked over in large strides. Golden Crow How's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that his trump card would be controlled so easily. Boom! Lin Xian attacked forcefully. The black and white chi condensed into a Tai Chi diagram and flew out. Golden Crow How roared. He used many of the Golden Crow tribe's absolute arts. Heaven-burning palm. Divine flames danced in the sky, enveloping the Tai Chi diagram. However, Lin Xian attacked. His 9-yang divine body swept across the sea of flames, but he wasn't injured at all. Man-ruler seal. Golden Crow How retreated. Great desolate heaven, splitting palm. Golden Crow How's legs turned into a bloody mist. Dragon elephant finger. Golden Crow How's head shattered. In front of Lin Xian's powerful attack, Golden Crow How didn't have any ability to fight back. The others were terrified. Was this really a young man? He was too fierce. Damn brat, how dare you kill him? The Golden Crow tribe's experts roared crazily. Their eyes were red. However, the heaven-swallowing jar created millions of vortexes and blocked their path. Lin Xian said coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare? Your Golden Crow tribe has tried to kill me time and time again, especially this Golden Crow How. He keeps jumping around in front of me, making me very annoyed. I feel that there's no need for him to live." As he spoke, Lin Xian sent another slap towards him. The primordial demon mountain descended from the sky. Golden Crow How's body that had just condensed was shattered again. Damn it! Golden Crow How's bloodline burned and summoned the ancestor's phantom. The phantom of the ancient Golden Crow appeared in his bloodline and charged towards Lin Xian with an ancient aura. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "A mere phantom. Watch how I destroy it." The heavenly secret divine eyes shone brightly, and the power of reincarnation erupted. Something that shouldn't exist. Go to reincarnation. The Golden Crow phantom let out a terrified roar and was directly reincarnated away. "What other tricks do you have? Use them all." Lin Xian looked at the other party and said indifferently. Golden Crow How was really desperate. He realized that no matter what secret technique he used, it was useless. Even his bloodline ability didn't work. The other party was invincible. "Spare my life." He gritted his teeth and said, "I promise that I won't be your enemy anymore." Lin Xian sneered. "What did you say? Can't I hear you?" Golden Crow How roared loudly, "Please spare me." Everyone was shocked. Such an arrogant person was actually begging for mercy. Lin Xian laughed loudly and knelt down to beg me. Golden Crow How knelt down. Lin Xian sneered. "I haven't finished speaking yet. Even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't spare you. Go to hell." He threw a punch over. Golden Crow How went crazy. He didn't even want his face anymore, just to live. The other party didn't want to let him live. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. He pounced over crazily. However, how could he be a match for Lin Xian? The Taiji diagram condensed again and slapped the other party away. In the heavenly secret divine eyes, the terrifying heavenly secret diagram rotated. Lock, spring, and autumn. Lin Xian wanted to let the other party's soul die in pain after thousands of reincarnations. Chapter 4692. Golden Crow, how died amidst endless despair. Everyone's scalps went numb as the Golden Crow race members roared. Their eyes were bleeding, unable to bear it. Kill you. The great sages of our clan will definitely come and kill you. Facing such a threat, Lin Xian did not care. He turned and stared at another figure. Yu Xia. This person had attacked him more than once. Today he would send him to hell. Yu Xia's scalp went numb. He was stronger than Golden Crow Hao, but not by much. Now that Golden Crow Hao was dead, he was no match for him. He quickly retreated. The elders of the Serene Cloud sect surrounded him, shouting coldly, "Kid, you have already offended the Golden Crow race. Do you still want to be our enemy?" Lin Xian snorted. "If I don't kill you, will you let me go?" The Serene Cloud sect members' faces turned ugly. They would not let him go. Since that was the case, there was nothing left to say. Lin Xian punched out, turning into a fire dragon, spiraling between heaven and earth. The Serene Cloud sect members could feel their laws being suppressed. Protect Yu Xia. With an order, countless elders surrounded Yu Xia. This was their top genius. They could not allow him to die. At the same time, they looked around and said, "Are you still not going to attack? Are you going to let this kid continue to be arrogant? Everyone, let's kill him together." The others furrowed their brows tightly. In truth, Lin Xian was a huge threat to them. Some people's eyes flickered as they soared into the sky, wanting to join forces. Lin Xian snorted, "Let's see who dares. Those who attacked me today, I will not let a single one of them go. In the future, I will destroy their families." These words stunned many people, and also made many people want to kill him. The Purple Mansion people stood out and said, "Today you will die without a doubt." The Golden Crow race people also roared. They would not hold back either. The Holy Heavens race frowned. The Light race and Wind race's eyes flickered. They did not attack immediately, but they did not leave. Ling, Sulai, you too attack, restrain these people. Today, I will sacrifice him to the heavens. Lin Xian glanced at the evil spirit. Hualinger, Sulai, and more than 50 other top prodigies began to move. A portion of them charged towards the Golden Crow clan, while the other portion charged towards the Tranquil Cloud sect and Zifu. Lin Xian recalled the heaven-swallowing jar and submitted to him, following which he struck out at the evil spirit. At the same time, he secretly urged the void beast to move stealthily and lay in ambush beside the other party. A great battle broke out in an instant. Those people's eyes were red. After killing this brat, countless people rushed forward. Lin Xian took out the great annihilation spear and used it as a battle sword, sweeping it in all directions. The heaven-devouring jar floated on the other side. The great dragon sword spirit was accumulating power in his body, waiting to be unleashed. Like a demon god, he strode forward in large strides. Go to hell! He unleashed a terrifying sword chi and charged forward. Instantly, more than 10 people at the front were turned into a bloody mist. Damn it! Those peak elders were furious and rushed over. The heaven-devouring jar bloomed, and a terrifying light devoured the terrifying power. The three-eyed vermilion bird and the purple qilin charged over from both sides, slapping those peak sage kings until their blood boiled. However, there are too many people who wanted to kill Lin Xian this time. A sage king from the Zifu sect rushed out and turned into a blood-red lightning bolt. Blood demon technique. He roared and formed a seal with his palms. endless blood-red light appeared on his body and turned into thousands of doppelgangers that charged towards Lin Xian. This was also a peak sage king who had mastered an ancient secret technique. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian laughed and continued to attack with the Great Annihilation Spear. The great sage pagoda bloomed with light around him and blocked the terrifying sea of blood. With one strike, a terrifying demonic chi pierced through the thousands of blood-red doppelgangers. That peak sage king was shocked. Damn it, he stared at the Great Annihilation Spear. This was also a terrifying sage weapon. Buzz! At this time, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head and looked at the Golden Crow clan. The soul fire in his eyes floated out. More than 10 Golden Crow expert souls were ignited and they roared crazily. Then the Taiji diagram spun and split a few people from the Yuyun sect into two. Lin Xian fought a bloody battle on his own. Kid, you're too arrogant. This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. I don't believe that your power is limitless. 10 Peak Sage King experts pressed over and enveloped heaven and earth. Facing the 10 experts, Lin Xian was not afraid. He took out the great dragon's sword again. Then he took out a few storage rings and crushed them. The power inside was all given to the great dragon sword. With a slash of the sword, it swept across all directions. Boom! 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 The 10 Peak Sage Kings retreated. 3 of them were instantly destroyed. The other 5 also vomited blood and flew back. Only a few were intact. Their faces were pale. Damn it! Using a great sage weapon. Angry shouts sounded out. Was the other party the only one with a trump card? They also had one. The Zifu side took out a battle sword and pointed it at the southern sky. The terrifying battle sword released a terrifying radiance. It was also a great sage artifact. It was used by these people together. Its power was terrifying. Lin Xian used the great sage pagoda to block. His blood and chi roiled. He vomited blood. It had to be said that these people really had a lot of trump cards. The Golden Crow clan also used a great sage artifact. It was the golden sacred pagoda that descended from the sky. Lin Xian once again felt a great pressure. He summoned the heaven swallowing jar back. He blocked the terrifying power. The Yuyun sect took out an evil sword. It was incomparably black, like the eyes of an evil god, and attacked. At this moment, Lin Xian's soul was violently attacked. He opened the heavenly secret, divine eyes. A pair of heavenly god eyes looked down on all directions. The great destruction spear was used to the extreme. Terrifying demonic chi surged like a mountain, resisting. Lin Xian alone faced 3 great sage artifacts. The power in his body was quickly depleting. The great dragon sword spirit used the power of the storage ring, while the destruction spear and the heaven-swallowing jar were his own power. Boom! After one attack, Lin Xian retreated. The people of the 3 sects were also pale. They were all using great sage artifacts. It was also very strenuous. After all, they were not true great sages. However, they had the advantage in numbers. Great, that brat was definitely out of power. He could not withstand a second attack. Everyone attacked again. The Purple Mansion sect elder roared. Hope was restored in the eyes of the others. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill the other party. Lin Xian's face was cold. He took out a jade bottle again, and a lot of essence blood appeared from within. This was the power he had condensed from the corpses of the experts he had refined with the hand of fortune. At this moment he took it all out. He attacked the Yuyun sect. The people of the Yuyun sect felt their scalps go numb. The power of this sword had sent their evil swords flying. They flew into the distance. Endless cracks appeared on the arms of the sword-wielding elders. Damn, he was too strong. Where did the other party get so much power? At this moment, the Golden Crow clan and Purple Mansion sect elders carried 2 great sage artifacts and attacked. Die, brat! Chapter 46-93. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's figure disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the void beast and the evil spirit also disappeared. The attacks of the two peak sage kings struck the void, causing it to split open. However, their expressions became incomparably ugly. The people of the Serene Cloud sect were even more frenzied. Damn it, where was the evil spirit? They were in charge of protecting him, but they realized that the evil spirit had disappeared. Not good, it was a spatial ability. The people of the Serene Cloud sect were in a frenzy. They looked at the people of the Purple Mansion and quickly said, "Fellow Taoists, quickly use your martial Tao Heavenly Eye to help us investigate. We are extremely grateful." One of the experts of the Purple Mansion released a terrifying light in his eyes as he used his martial Tao Heavenly Eye. This was a powerful eye technique. Found it. That person snorted coldly as he struck out with his palm, causing the void to shatter, spreading outwards. In the distant void, a pagoda floated up and down. It was that brat's defensive weapon. Everyone rushed over. Inside the great sage pagoda, the evil spirit's face turned ugly. He did not expect that under such protection, the other party could still catch him. Damn it. He fought back like a madman. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. However, how could he be Lin Xian's opponent? Lin Xian easily suppressed him, shattering all the bones in his body. At this moment, the great sage pagoda shook violently. Lin Xian's face changed. The evil spirit gritted his teeth and said, "Let me go, or you will die." Lin Xian snorted coldly as the great sage pagoda gradually faded. He looked around. The people around him also saw him, and they all gritted their teeth and roared. "Brat, let him go." The elder of the Serene Cloud sect roared. "Otherwise, I will cut you into pieces." Lin Xian sneered. "Let him go?" It was impossible. He grabbed hold of the evil spirit and used the hand of fortune, causing the blood in the evil spirit's body to boil. Finally, it all melted, forming a drop of essence blood. The people of the Serene Cloud sect wanted to die. Not only did the other party kill the evil spirit, he even refined it. What kind of method was this? This is the result of trying to kill me. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the land. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, especially those young geniuses who kept retreating. In the blink of an eye, two top geniuses had fallen. This fellow was simply unscrupulous in his actions. Nothing could make him afraid. "And you are too arrogant." A cold voice rang out, accompanied by the aura of a great sage. Countless people felt fear and prostrated themselves on the ground. The people of the Golden Crow race cried out in excitement. "Ancestor, the ancestor has come." Not good, is a great sage descending? Leaf Daudennier's expression turned unsightly. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He moved quickly, using the void beast to travel through space. The place where he had been standing was completely enveloped by a palm, turning into nothingness. Following that, a group of middle-aged men flew over, flames burning on their bodies. It was a great saint of the Golden Crows. "Old ancestor, you're finally here. Hurry up and catch him." Jinwu Hao had already been killed by him. The elders of the Golden Crow race kept shouting, "Tear him to pieces. Old ancestor. He has more than one treasure in his hands. We must capture him." Voices rang out one after another. The great saint of the Golden Crow race's eyes shone with an extremely cold light. There are treasures, and they seem to be extreme weapons, as well as heaven-defying weapons like the great dragon sword. He was overjoyed. Now that he was the only great saint, he had to act quickly. "You can't escape." His gaze pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He punched the great sage tower. The great sage tower was sent flying. Lin Xian's blood boiled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body. Damn it! A great sage! It was not something a peak great sage king could compare to. A peak great sage king could not open the great sage tower, but a great sage could transmit his power. Dodging was not a solution. He had to take the initiative to attack. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by the great sage tower. At the same time, the heaven-devouring jar floated up and down. He took out the great dragon, Sword Soul again. It was indeed a good item. When he saw the heaven-devouring jar and the great dragon Sword Soul, the Golden Crow Grand Sage's eyes shone with a cold light. You don't deserve to have such things. His palm reached out again, like a peerless claw. Lin Xian used the heaven-devouring jar to absorb the power above, and at the same time resist. A clanging sound rang out. The dragon-shaped sword blocked the opponent's palm. The palm grabbed the dragon-shaped sword directly, and a rumbling sound rang out, as if it wanted to snatch it away. Lin Xian felt a great threat. He roared angrily. 2 more storage rings cracked open, and the energy inside was given to the great dragon Sword Soul. The great dragon Sword Soul roared and exploded with power. The Golden Crow Grand Sage released his palm, and a few of his fingers were chopped off. He retracted his hand, and his face turned completely cold. He was actually injured. Despicable ant, you have thoroughly angered me. In his eyes, an extremely cold, murderous intent exploded. At the same time, a great sage walked out from the Yuyin sect. 2 great sages walked out from the Purple Mansion sect. For great sages circled between heaven and earth. Lin Xian's face turned ugly. He could fight against one, but 4 great sages were too terrifying. This time, the kid would definitely not be able to escape. Everyone gritted their teeth. Seeing this, Yu Wudao walked out. He is my friend. If the great sage touches him, it is the same as touching me. My Yi family will not agree. My Gu family will do the same. Gu Li said coldly. The Hall of Longevity and the Fire God Palace will do the same. Hualinger and Su Lai walked out as well. These people were all top prodigies and represented different sects and families. Among them, 2 of the emperor families were shocking. However, the 4 great sages' expressions were cold, especially the great sage of the Purple Mansion sect. Just based on you? You can't save him unless a true great sage from your family comes. Or else. Today no one can save him. Is that so? Try touching him. A cold voice rang out, causing one's scalp to go numb. Who are you, pretending to be a ghost? Get out here. The great sage of the Yuyun sect roared. A voice rang out between heaven and earth. I am from the heavenly court. If you touch him, you will be an enemy of the heavenly court. Countless people were terrified. Did the heavenly court's people come out again? It was that black-robed man. He took the sky lantern and did not leave the ancient city. Countless people exclaimed. The Golden Crow Great Sage and the Great Sage of the Yuyin sect also had ugly expressions. They had naturally heard of this person. He was someone who had killed 2 great sages. The Great Sage of the Purple Mansion sect snorted coldly. Humph, hiding your head but showing your tail. You don't even dare to come out. What right do you have to threaten us? Come out if you have the guts. The 2 of them emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. One of their companions had died at the hands of this person. This kid is related to the heavenly court. We will not let him go. Not good. Master, Block is attacking. In the distance, the Red Phoenix saw this and exclaimed. Chapter 46-94. Supreme Sage Pilfire took a deep breath. His figure appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Was the 5th Supreme Sage here too? Which family was he from? It was none other than Supreme Saint Pilfire. He said loudly, Young Master Lin is an honored guest of the Pill Cauldron School. Anyone who tried to touch him would be an enemy of Danding sect. Everyone was in an uproar. They didn't expect another Supreme Sage to help Lin Xian. And this time, a great sage actually stepped forward. The Golden Crow Grand Sage looked at Supreme Sage Pilfire. Do you want Danding's sect to be destroyed? You can try. Supreme Sage Pillfire shouted coldly. Monstrous flames appeared on his body. Those were green flames. They were abnormally terrifying. Everyone felt like their bodies were about to melt. The Golden Crow, Grand Sage, also frowned. Are you challenging me? He thought. He shouted angrily. He transformed into a peerless sun. But he didn't attack immediately. This was because Great Saint Pillfire was extraordinary. He was one of the giants of Danding's sect. He had been a supreme sage for thousands of years. His strength was unfathomable. More importantly, he was a top alchemist. Some supreme sages even needed his help. His identity was very special. You can't take him away. The supreme sage of the Purple Mansion shouted angrily. We have 4 people here. Yes, that's right. The others also walked over. They surrounded Lin Xian. Everyone sighed. Even if the Heavenly Court and Danding sect intervened, they still couldn't save him. Pill Flame, Great Saint, shouted coldly. He didn't know what was good for him. He grabbed at the 4 people with one hand. The 4 snorted. How dare you? They all attacked. In an instant, the 4 of them retreated. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies. Their faces were filled with shock. Your strength. The surrounding people were also stunned. One person could make 4 supreme sages retreat. What kind of strength was that? Black Mountain smiled. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. This person was at least a late-stage supreme sage, or even stronger. As expected, the supreme sage of the Purple Mansion narrowed his eyes. You're already a late-stage supreme sage? After all, they were only early-stage supreme sages. The difference between them was too great. If the other party wanted to kill them, he could do so with a wave of his hand. Supreme Saint Pillfire snorted. Good. I didn't kill you because I'm giving your sect face. If you dare to make a move again, then this old man won't be polite anymore. Do you have any objections to me taking this person away? The 4 great sages didn't respond. They were no match for Yangqi at all. In fact, he couldn't even compare to a single finger of the other party. Unless they also sent out an even more terrifying late great sage. Pill Flame, you've gone too far. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Between the heavens and the earth, countless red spider lilies filled the air, as if they wanted to seal the heavens and earth. Supreme Saint Pillfire's expression changed. He waved his sleeve and enveloped Lin Xian. Then he disappeared with Lin Xian and Dan Feng. The sky was filled with changes descending and piercing through the void. However, he still couldn't stop the Pillfire Saint. Humph! Do you think you can escape? The Purple Mansion realm expert shouted coldly. Clearly, this person was also a great sage, late-stage expert. I'll be waiting for you at Pill Cauldron School. If you could come out, you would have done so long ago. Don't try to act mysterious. Supreme Saint Pillfire's last words floated out, then disappeared completely. Countless people were shocked. Lin Xian was rescued just like that. After killing so many experts, including 2 top-notch geniuses, did he just leave like that? It was unbelievable. Black Mountain sneered, his voice resounding from all directions. In the future, if any great sage dares to chase after Lin Xian, don't blame me for killing your sect members. The others felt their hair stand on end. Were the people from the Heavenly Court intimidating them? Damn it! The red spider lilies in the sky tried to seal Black Mountain. However, Black Mountain's figure turned into black mist and disappeared. He sneered. You haven't fully recovered yet, so don't come out to be arrogant. Humph! One day, you and the Heavenly Court will be completely destroyed. The red spider lilies in the sky slowly disappeared. The people from the Purple Mansion realm seemed to have received some kind of order. They didn't make a move. Let's go. They left quickly. After them, the people from the Golden Crow tribe and the Serene Cloud sect also left. They were unwilling to accept this. Even a great sage couldn't do anything to the other party. The others left one after another, spreading the news throughout Taiching ancient city. Everyone went crazy. In this battle, the Golden Crow tribe, the Serene Cloud sect, and the Purple Mansion realm suffered heavy losses. The Golden Crow tribe and the Serene Cloud sect lost too many experts. Not only did many late-stage Great Sage King elders die, but 2 top geniuses also died. The Purple Mansion realm was also slapped in the face. Even the super great sage of the Purple Mansion realm couldn't take down the other party. However, Lin Xian was rescued by the people from the Pill Cauldron School. For a moment, everyone was discussing whether to attack the Pill Cauldron School. Some people said that the remote antiquity families and great sects wouldn't let this go. Just wait, there will be a shocking battle. Some people shook their heads. After all, the one who attacked was Supreme Saint Pillfire. He was very strong, and more importantly, he was an alchemist. Some of the remote antiquity families and great sects needed his help. If they really angered him, and he didn't refine precious pills for them in the future, they wouldn't even have time to cry. Countless people were discussing. The people from the Golden Crow tribe and the Ghost sect were discussing urgently. The eyes of the other families and sects flickered, such as the Light tribe, the Sacred Sky tribe, and the Wind tribe. If they gathered a group of top elders, it would be a small meeting. The Light tribe's patriarch's eyes flickered. After listening to everyone's report, he said that the Purple Mansion realm wasn't as powerful as the legend said. After all, the Purple Mansion realm existed 70,000 years ago, and the situation now was different from back then. The Purple Mansion realm couldn't even deal with a young man. I think they've completely declined. At this moment, a supreme elder opened his eyes. He was a living fossil. He said indifferently, "Since that's the case, we can send people to secretly investigate. If the Purple Mansion realm really declined, then all the martial arts and cultivation techniques they collected would be snatched away." Their eyes shone with a cold light. They were going to secretly take action. Not only the Light tribe, but also the Sacred Sky tribe and the Wind tribe. They all believed that the Purple Mansion realm was no longer a threat. An operation regarding the Purple Mansion realm was secretly carried out. On the other side, Lin Xian was taken away by the great sage Pillfire in the Pill Cauldron sect. When he arrived at the Pill Cauldron sect, he was completely relieved. He then spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely pale. Although he had killed countless experts in this battle, and even fought against the great sage, he had displayed a heaven-defying scene. However, he had also been seriously injured. After all, none of the people he had killed were weak. Especially when he fought against the great sage at the end, he had been seriously injured. He had been able to fight back only because he had many trump cards and a divine body. Otherwise, if it were any other Saint King, even a peak Saint King, their heart and soul would have been destroyed. Chapter 46, 95. Lin Gongzi, are you all right? Dan Feng was very nervous. Lin Xian shook his head. I won't die, but I have to go into seclusion immediately. Otherwise, my foundation will be damaged. Indeed, he was severely injured in the battle. Don't worry. Pill Cauldron Gate has a lot of pills. Dan Feng said, I'll get them for you. Pill, Fire Great Sage, looked at him and gave him a bottle of pills. Little guy, take care of yourself. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said, Senior, thank you for saving my life today. I can't thank you enough. Pill Fire Great Sage nodded. Lin Xian said, Oh right, the 2 demonic beasts. Lin Xian didn't have time to take the purple Qilin and the 3-eyed vermilion bird with him. He wondered how they were doing. The purple Qilin was fine, but the 3-eyed vermilion bird seemed to be severely injured. Take care of yourself. I'll get the 2 demonic beasts back for you. Pill Fire Great Sage said. The 2 demonic beasts were suppressed and taken away by the Golden Crow tribe and the Serene Cloud sect. The situation was bad, but Lin Xian knew that they weren't dead because he had planted the seal of life and death on them. He would know when they died. The seal of life and death was still there. Okay, stop talking. Take care of yourself, or your foundation will be damaged. Dan Feng said anxiously. Lin Xian went into seclusion and started taking pills to recover. On the other side, Pill Fire Great Sage went back. Two figures were waiting for him on a mountain peak. One of them was the Grand Elder, Purple Pill Great Sage, and the other was the sect leader of Pill Cauldron Gate. The sect leader of Pill Cauldron Gate didn't say anything. Would it be disadvantageous to Pill Cauldron Gate? He knew what had happened before. He had offended quite a few top powers at the same time, including the Purple Mansion. No matter how strong Pill Cauldron Gate was, they would feel the pressure. Purple Pill Great Sage frowned. Pill Fire Great Sage smiled. Since you've received the news, you should know his identity and trump cards. The Purple Pill Great Sage said. The descendant of the Great Dragon had the heaven-swallowing jar. His talent was top-notch. He might be the successor of the 9 sons. If he grew up, his future would be limitless. They will definitely surpass us. Indeed, his potential was unparalleled. Supreme Saint Elixir Fire nodded with a smile. Pill Cauldron, Sect, Master frowned. However, he was someone from the immortal burial ground and had no future. The great saint of Pill Fire laughed. Sect leader, you've been smart all your life, but now you're stupid. Although it had come to Tianfa and was known as the immortal burial ground and had no future, it was still able to cultivate to its current level. Do you think it's fair to use someone from the immortal tomb to evaluate him? He definitely had a way to avoid divine punishment. Otherwise, he would not have broken through to the great Holy King tier. If we nurture such a genius in the future, he will reach the peak and even go one step further, reaching the Emperor realm. Our Pill Cauldron School will have 10,000 years of glory. Pill Crucible's sect leader sucked in a deep breath. Are you saying to place your hopes on him? It was too risky. He had offended several top forces. The Z-Mansion sect won't let him off. Furthermore, the heavenly geniuses of our Pill Cauldron Gate aren't weak either. Why should we place our hopes on such a person? Pill Fire Great Saint shook his head. The Pill Cauldron School was indeed superior. Besides, each of us had a disciple. Dan Feng, Jiangchen, and Fan Xing. Aside from Dan Feng's special identity, how did Fan Xing and Jiangchen compare to Jinwu, Hao, and Evil Spirit? Naturally, they weren't inferior to them. Pill Cauldron's sect leader said. Yes, they weren't inferior to them, but how strong could they be? At most, their strength was on par. And now, Golden Crow, Hao, and the Evil Spirit were both taken down by Lin Xian with ease. Among the heavenly geniuses of Taiching Ancient City, how many of them could compete with Lin Xian? Even if there were, one was Yi Wudao and the other was Guangming. Those two had the primordial physique, so they had the highest chance of winning. Then there were the heavenly geniuses of the Z-Mansion sect that they had secretly nurtured. Apart from them, Sheng Tiant's Feng Huang and the others were still lacking. This was a golden age. All sorts of primordial physiques had appeared. Even legendary treasures and extreme weapons had appeared. Even sects that had been destroyed tens of thousands of years ago had reappeared. You only know how to fear the Z-Mansion sect, but aren't you afraid of the Heavenly Court? Furthermore, the Z-Mansion sect's ambition couldn't be underestimated. Their foundation is too terrifying. Don't forget what happened tens of thousands of years ago. They used to rule the world, and even now, people can't see them clearly. In the future, our Pill Cauldron School might be destroyed. Even if we could survive, would you be willing to be ruled by others? Pill Cauldron School's master fell silent. Beside him, Great Sage Amethyst took a deep breath. It seems that whether we help Lin Xian or not, we will face the Z-Mansion sect in the future. Great Sage Pillfire nodded. Since that was the case, why not nurture a peerless genius? Lin Xian had the talent of a great emperor. A great emperor? Isn't that too exaggerated? Pill Cauldron Schools. Master shook his head. Don't forget that this is just Taiching Ancient City. The other ancient cities have their own imperial princes. Their bloodlines are heaven-defying. Great Sage Pillfire said that even if he didn't become a great emperor, he would still stand at the peak of the Great Sage realm. How terrifying would his strength be? Don't forget that he has the great dragon sword soul, the 9-yang divine body, and the heaven-devouring jar. His battle prowess definitely surpasses that of a great sage. Think about it. If he could gather the complete heaven-devouring jar, there would be no great emperor in the world. At that time, there would be no great emperor in the universe. He would be the uncrowned king. No one would be able to defeat him. Even if the other great emperor clans had great emperor weapons, they would only be able to fight him to a draw. I understand. Pill Cauldron School's master took a deep breath. From now on, we will support this young man with all our might. For the future of our Pill Cauldron School, and to not be swallowed by the Z-Mansion sect, we must stand on Lin Xian's side. By the way, Jiang Qin doesn't seem to get along with Lin Xian. Should I give him a warning? Pill Cauldron School's master shook his head. Forget it. Jiang Qin is also a promising talent. He might be able to lead Pill Cauldron School in the future. Therefore, he had to be thoroughly tempered. He must let him know that there is always someone better than him. Lin Xian can teach him how to be a good person. After reaching a consensus, the three of them laughed. Lin Xian still didn't know that Pill Cauldron School had decided to stand on his side. At this moment, he was still recovering with all his might. Endless light and great Tao appeared on his body, enveloping him. On the other side, Taiching Ancient City was surging. After Lin Xian's battle, someone else made a move. This time it was in the dark. A few peak great sage kings from the Light Clan turned into auroras and quietly hid. Together, they suppressed the Z-Mansion sect's expert. Then they collected his soul. However, they discovered that there was a restriction in his soul. They didn't manage to find the core content. That person's soul automatically burned up. Damn it. The people from the Light Clan threw the corpse on the ground. One of them said, "Why don't we attack a palace? It would be best if we could capture a successor." The few of them discussed for a while and prepared to take action. Chapter 46, 96. The Purple Mansion had been reactivated this time, and many palaces had been set up for the successors to live in and handle matters. This time, the Light Clan went to one of the palaces. The night was very dark. There was no moonlight. The Light Clan's speed was extremely fast. These few Peak Saint Kings moved quickly, and no one below the Supreme Saint could detect them. They came to one of the palaces, broke the formation with extreme speed, and walked in. There were many people in the palace. As for them, they slaughtered their way into the depths of the palace. This time, they were prepared to suppress a successor. Those successors were all young geniuses, but even so, they were only middle Saint Kings, no matter how heaven-defying he was. So what if he could contend against a peak stage Saint King? This time, they had captured 4 peak Saint Kings. They did not believe that each successor was as terrifying as Lin Xian. After all, not everyone had the sky-swallowing jar and the dragon sword soul. So if the 4 of them attacked, there would be no mistakes. They could suppress the other party in an instant and take them away. There was a large palace in front, and it was obviously where the successors lived. The 4 of them went in from 4 directions. There was a figure inside, and it was a beautiful figure. Yufian opened her eyes and snorted. Who was it? The 4 Peak Saint Kings of the Light Clan had already formed a barrier to prevent the other party from transmitting any information. Their speed was extremely fast, so much so that no one could see their figures clearly, as if they did not exist. Although Yufian could not see their figures, she felt a chill run down her spine. A minute you dare to attack me? Yufian rushed in one direction. She felt a fatal threat. She did not dare to fight back. She had to leave first and then gather the strong cultivators in the palace. You can't escape. The four-peaked Saint Kings of the Light Clan used a peerless, great magical power, Barrier of Light. They used extremely fast speed to seal the world. Yu Fian was shaken back. Her aura was tumbling, and her expression was extremely ugly. D***, were these people of the Light Clan crazy? They dared to attack her. Were they not afraid of the Z Mansion's revenge? She roared crazily. A figure snorted. You can't even catch a young man. The Z Mansion is just SOO. Yu Fian clenched his teeth. It seemed like it was because of Lin Xian that everyone thought that Zi Fu was no longer as strong as it was in the past. It was even possible that he was much weaker. That was why the clans of the ancients had taken action. Seal her. The barrier of light became smaller and smaller. The distance that Yu Fian could move was also becoming smaller and smaller. She was about to be sealed. However, at this moment, an aurora streaked across and shattered the void. Yu Fian disappeared on the spot. What? The pinnacle Saint King of the Light Clan was stunned. Where is he? Did the other party escape? Impossible. No one could escape from the barrier of light. Over there. They turned around and saw Yu Fian behind them. How could this be? How did he escape? Even if he used his spatial ability, he might not be able to escape. The four of them were shocked. Yu Fian was also at a loss. Just now she was in despair. She even wanted to burn her foundation and risk her life. But at that moment, a hand grabbed her and pulled her out. Who were they? She looked around, but she didn't find anything. Whoa! There was a low rumble. Then a pinnacle Saint King of the Light Clan vomited blood and flew backward. A bloody hole had appeared in his body. Damn it! Who was it? This time, they finally knew that it was not Yu Fian. Another person had appeared and was hiding in the void. Damn it! He might be a hidden expert. The three Saint Kings of the Light Clan used their maximum speed. The injured one also recovered quickly. He gritted his teeth. He must find the opponent. No need to look. I'm here. A faint voice sounded. Then a figure walked out. Who was it? The four of them looked over. Yu Fian was also curious. The next moment, they saw a young man standing in front of them. He was wearing a light golden Taoist robe. His aura was extremely mysterious. Who are you? The people of the Light Clan frowned. They seemed to have a familiar feeling. That person did not say anything. He raised his hand. Endless light condensed in his hand. It was the shadow-shattering sword. A low voice sounded. The four pinnacle Saint Kings of the Light Clan narrowed their eyes. How could it be? How could you use the Light Clan's unique skill? They did not believe that the other party was definitely playing tricks. However, when they felt that terrifying aura, they were all in despair. Damn it! It was really their unique skill. Who was the other party? Get out of my way! The four of them quickly dodged. However, it was useless. They were hit in an instant. The four of them stopped, and the cracks on their bodies continued to grow bigger. They could not believe it. One of them used the last of his strength to say, I know who you are. You are. Before he could finish his words, his soul was completely shattered. Yu Fian was completely stunned. She realized that the four pinnacle Saint Kings in front of her had all died. Who was this person? He killed four pinnacle Saint Kings with one sword, and looking at the other party, he seemed to be very young. Could it be that he was a young genius? She gasped. Was there such a terrifying genius? Perhaps even Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do that. Who are you? Yu Fian was on guard. The other party used the Light Clan's unique skill. Could it be that he was a hidden genius of the Light Clan? The mysterious figure looked at Yu Fian and said, I am the foundation of the Z Mansion. After saying that, he disappeared. At the same time, countless experts appeared from all directions and rushed over. Fairy Fian, are you okay? These were all experts of the Z Mansion. When they saw the four corpses of the Light Clan on the ground, their pupils constricted. Damn it! The Light Clan dared to attack them? Yu Fian took a deep breath. The other party's words were still echoing in her mind. The other party was from the Z Mansion? How come she never knew? It seemed that she had underestimated the Z Mansion. Everyone had underestimated it. This terrifying existence that was above the clan of the ancients 70,000 years ago had an unimaginable foundation. In the other palace of the Z Mansion, Qin Xianer was also attacked. The people who attacked her were from the Wind Clan. She was also firmly sealed. Qin Xianer was stunned. She did not expect that the Wind Clan would dare to attack her, just when she thought she was going to be suppressed. A blade light forced the 4 experts of the Wind Clan back. Qin Xianer was stunned. Was she saved? Who was it? The people of the Wind Clan did not dare to believe it. Who are you? You can use our unique skill, Wind of the World. That person was wearing a green robe. He did not respond. Instead, he used the Wind Clan's unique skill, Wind Spirit Slash. 1 blade killed the experts of the Wind Clan. Qin Xianer was stunned. What kind of person was this? Chapter 46-97. In the 3rd palace, the people of the Holy Heavens race secretly attacked. The successor of this palace was Yao Guang. Yao Guang snorted when she saw these people. You guys are really courting death. We know that you are strong, but there is nothing you can do against us. The people from the Holy Heavens race said, unless you are like Lin Xian and take out an extreme weapon or the great dragon sword. Otherwise, you can obediently wait to be suppressed today. The people of the Holy Heavens race quickly attacked. Yao Guang retreated quickly. He naturally knew that he was no match for them. After all, they were all Peak Sage Kings. He could fight against one of them, but now that the 4 of them were attacking together, he was no match for them. He waved his hand quickly, and a black law swept out, dissolving the power. Myriad Transformations Law. You actually know the secret technique of the Myriad Transformation sect. Have I underestimated the Z Mansion sect? The eyes of the people of the Holy Heavens race shone brightly. If they captured the other party, they might be able to obtain the secret technique of the Myriad Transformation sect. Yao Guang felt immense pressure against the 4 Peak Sage Kings. He snorted. Are you still not going to attack? A figure in the void laughed. I want to see how far you have reached. Now it seems that your improvement is not as fast as expected. Who is it? The people of the Holy Heavens race were shocked. Someone could enter? They had already used the Sage Sky Diagram to seal the entire palace. No one outside would be able to know about it. But in an instant, their Sage Sky Diagram was torn apart, and a figure walked in. Terrifying light shone from his body. Who are you? The people of the Holy Heavens race were stunned. The other party was too strong. Moreover, the other party did not have the aura of a great sage. This meant that the other party was not a great sage. However, he was actually able to enter so easily. It was hard to believe. Yao Guang snorted. I have just cultivated that kind of mystique. Give me a few more years, and look at them. Will they still be my match? After saying that, he retreated and said, I will leave it to you. This is a battle of fate. An elder of the Holy Heavens race snorted. You want to fight against me? That person sighed. The Holy Heavens race has declined in your hands. You haven't even mastered the Sage Sky Diagram yet. Let me show you what the real Sage Sky Diagram is. As he spoke, boundless energy gathered in his hands, and a heaven map materialized before him. Heaven and earth shook as a result. The people of the Saint race went crazy. Damn it! How did you know our absolute art? Was the Violet Palace realm so powerful that he could obtain their ultimate techniques? A heavenly map had sealed them. They tried their best to resist, but at that moment, another heavenly steel condensed in the other party's hand. The Sage Heaven steel had completely suppressed them. How could this be? Have you formed the Sage Heaven steel? The few peak experts of the Holy Heavens clan despaired. None of them had managed to form the Sage Heaven steel. At this moment, Yao Guang walked over with a smile on his face. He said, Leave these people to me, I need their strength. The mysterious man nodded before turning around to leave. The four-sealed Holy Heavens race experts roared crazily. Damn it, who are you? Who are you? However, the other party had already disappeared. Yao Guang walked over and asked, Who is he? Go to hell and ask the King of Hell. As he spoke, an endless black vortex appeared on his body. More and more vortexes appeared. They shrouded the peak sage kings of the Holy Heavens clan. The four of them roared crazily. They felt their bodies melting as their strength was being devoured by the other party. What kind of mystique was this? Could it devour their strength directly? It was too terrifying. At this moment, a terrifying vortex appeared on Yao Guang's body, as though he had turned into a giant beast. It swallowed the four of them. The entire palace turned dark. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Crack! The Holy Heavens clan waited anxiously. They did not know how those people were doing. There should be no problem. After all, they were only suppressing the young successors. Moreover, they had caught the other party off guard. At this moment, a soul jade token in front of them cracked, following which the second, third, and fourth soul jade tokens all cracked. What was going on? Inside, the core elders of the Holy Heavens clan stood up. Their eyes shone with shocking light. The Holy Heavens clan leader roared. Were they dead? How could this be? They could not believe that the four peak experts they had sent out had been killed. Wind Clan. The Wind Clan's patriarch and some elders frowned. They looked at the broken soul jade tokens in front of them, and their faces turned ugly. Were the people they had sent out dead? Could it be that they had been discovered by the Z Mansion? The clan leader said. They had to be careful. They might have to bear the wrath of the Z Mansion. It was the same for the Light Clan. The Light Clan leader sighed. It seemed that they had underestimated the Z Mansion. They had to think about it carefully. The failure of the operation this time greatly surprised them. They even felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They believed that the Purple Mansion would use this matter to attack them. But what surprised them was that in the following period of time, no one from the Z Mansion came. It was as though this incident had never happened. The remote antiquity families were shocked. They did not understand why. However, they did not dare to say it out loud. After all, they had launched a sneak attack first. They could only investigate in secret. Pill Cauldron Sect. In a palace, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. As expected of an elixir sect, they had many elixirs. With his injuries, it would take a long time for him to fully recover. But now, in the Pill Cauldron Sect, this time had been shortened by 3 times. It was all the result of these elixirs. Outside the door, Danfeng came in and asked with a smile, How is it? Has he recovered? Lin Xian nodded. He felt his strength and then smiled. It seemed that not only had he recovered, but his strength had also become stronger than before. Indeed, Lin Xian had fought a life and death battle before. A life and death battle could easily stimulate a person's potential. So now his strength had become stronger. By the way, how are things outside? Lin Xian asked. He was asking about the Z Mansion. It had quieted down. The Z Mansion and the remote antiquity families had not come. He did not know what they were planning. However, during this period of time, Taiching Ancient City had been unusually calm. By the way, your 2 demonic beasts have returned, but they were injured. Especially the 3-eyed vermilion bird, it was seriously injured. We have sent people to treat it. Take me to see it, Lin Xian said. The 2 of them left the palace and walked outside. There was a forest in front of a lake. The 2 demonic beasts were there. Their auras were terrifying. It was the purple qilin and the 3-eyed vermilion bird. When Lin Xian saw the 2 demonic beasts, he frowned. The purple qilin was injured, but it was not fatal. The 3-eyed vermilion bird was not in good condition. Danfeng said, Let the vermilion bird recuperate here. You can use it to fight when it recovers. Lin Xian nodded. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the distance. Someone was about to break through. Chapter 46:98. Lin Xian then looked in another direction with a look of surprise on his face. Another person was about to break through. No, there were two people about to break through. What a surprise! Lin Xian was too surprised. Dan Feng looked into the distance and smiled. It seemed like it was those two fellows. Who are they? Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Dan Feng said, one of them is Jiang Qin. You know him. The other one is like us. He's also a top genius. His name is Fan Xing. You haven't seen him because he's been in seclusion. Now that he's broken through, it's time for him to come out. The lightning in front of them continued to spread and thunder rumbled. The elders of Pale Cauldron sect also became nervous. They were very happy. Two geniuses had broken through at the same time. If they succeeded, they would reach the middle stage of the Sage King realm. Their alchemy skills would also improve a lot. 10 days passed, and the lightning in front of them finally disappeared. They had succeeded. The elders were very happy. Even Pale Fire Supreme Saint and Pale Cauldron sect master nodded in satisfaction. Both of them were very talented. They could take over their positions in the future. The purple pale great sage was stunned. Jiang Qin flew towards the direction of the red phoenix. He was really anxious. Pale Cauldron sect master said, "Let him go. Someone will teach him how to behave. He needs to be tempered." After that, the two supreme saints no longer paid attention to him. During this period of time, Lin Xian was very relaxed. He would either cultivate or discuss alchemy with Dan Feng, or he would check on the two demonic beasts. One day, after checking on the three-eyed vermilion bird's injuries, he frowned. The lightning in front of him had disappeared. A powerful figure was flying quickly in his direction. It carried an endless, domineering aura and monstrous flames. Soon he saw a figure standing in the sky. Not long after, a second figure appeared. These two should be the ones who broke through. Dan Feng looked at the sky and said, "Jiang Qin, Fan Xing, congratulations on your successful breakthrough." Fan Xing smiled and said, "You broke through earlier than us." Then he looked at Lin Xian in surprise. If he guessed correctly, this should be the recently rumored Lin Xian and Lin Gongzi. Lin Xian also looked at him. This Fan Xing had a scholarly appearance. It seemed like he was very easy to make friends with. He smiled and nodded. "I am Lin Xian. You should be Fan Xing, right?" The two of them exchanged greetings. Jiang Qin snorted coldly. "He is indeed very famous, and I heard that he is from the immortal graveyard." He had heard of the people from the immortal burial ground in history. Both of them were top geniuses, but their fates were extremely tragic, and they died without a burial ground. "Brat, someone like you has no future. What right do you have to stand here with us? You don't deserve to stay here. Get out of our danding school." The Red Phoenix shouted coldly. "Jiang Qin, watch your attitude," said Jiang Qin. "Am I wrong? He has the wrath of heaven. He's going to die soon. Moreover, he offended the Zifu Palace. If he stays here, our school will have to face the Zifu Palace directly. You don't have to care about these things. Lin Gongzi is here because the Grand Elder agreed. If you don't like it, go find the Grand Elder." Jiang Qin snorted coldly. "Of course I'll go find the Grand Elder. I'll also go find the sect leader. Just wait, this brat will get lost soon. And you, Red Phoenix, I've broken through this time, and I think my alchemy skills can improve even further. Soon, I'll propose marriage to your master. At that time, we'll be family. So for now, you'd better stay away from this brat." Hearing this, Dan Feng's face darkened. "Give up. I won't agree to it." Jiang Qin roared. "Was it because of this brat?" Lin Xian sneered. "If you roar in front of me again, do you believe that I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground?" "Damn it!" Jiang Qin roared. He was a top genius and might become the sect leader of Danding School in the future. Now, this brat dared to threaten him? However, he didn't dare to make a move. Although he had broken through, he wasn't stupid. After breaking through, he received all kinds of news. This fella had killed the Golden Crow and the evil spirit earlier on. The strength of these two geniuses sent chills down Lin Fan's spine. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, wait until I stabilize my cultivation level. I'll let you know how powerful I am." With that, he turned and left. It seemed that he was going to find the sect leader of Danding School. Fan Xing also shrugged his shoulders, excused himself, and left. Red Phoenix said, "That brat is arrogant, but he doesn't have the guts to face someone stronger than him. He probably went to find the sect leader to say something. But don't worry, I'll go find my master and make sure he doesn't succeed." Lin Xian smiled. There was no need to be afraid of him. Since Lin Xian could stay here for a long time, it meant that Danding School had made a decision and supported him. He also understood this point. Although he was from the immortal graveyard, he had a way to avoid the heavenly punishment. He had unparalleled hope in the future. Danding School had high hopes for his future. And if he wanted to have hope in the future, he had to get rid of the Z Mansion. Therefore, Lin Xian was thinking about how to deal with the Z Mansion. He couldn't do it by himself. He had to join forces and form an alliance. Only then would he be able to contend against the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian went out for a walk and received some news. He knew that after he left, Black Mountain came out to threaten the world. He said that if the great sage attacked him, the heavenly court would use the same method to deal with the young disciples of the other sects. This way, the great sage wouldn't dare to act rashly, unless they could kill him in one blow. This way, Lin Xian wouldn't have to face the great sage for the time being. But he wouldn't sit still. If the Z Mansion wanted to kill him, he would slap their face first. It seemed that Taiching Ancient City was too peaceful. He had to add some fun. On this day, Lin Xian found Red Phoenix and Fan Xing. The two of them were confused. What was going on? Lin Xian said, "I'll take you to do something big." What was it? Red Phoenix was confused. Fan Xing was even more curious, but he knew that the thing that Lin Xian was going to do must be something big. Lin Xian said it was a little dangerous. "Do you dare to do it? You might even offend people." Red Phoenix said, "I'm not afraid." She had a hot temper. She did things based on her own preferences. Fan Xing said, "I'm not afraid either." Although he was gentle and didn't talk much, he was also an adventurous person. "Well, let's go. I'll take you to meet some people." Lin Xian took Red Phoenix and Fan Xing out of Danding School. They came to Taiching Lake. Taiching Lake was a very famous lake in Taiching Ancient City. It was beautiful and surrounded by spirit qi. It was a place where countless geniuses gathered. Taiching Lake was very big. Lin Xian and the others took a boat and wandered in the lake. There were many islands and pavilions in the lake. Lin Xian and the others went up to the 7th floor. Chapter 46, 99. There were many people in the pagoda, and Lin Xian knew all of them. When Lin Xian walked in, the people inside stood up one after another. "Exalted Immortal, are you all right?" "That's great." I knew that those people from the Purple Mansion were talking nonsense. How could an exalted immortal harm someone from the immortal tomb? An exalted immortal is a true immortal. These people were Su Lai, Hua Linger, Gu Li, and the other 50 geniuses. They looked at Lin Xian with excitement on their faces. Did you see that? An exalted immortal is not even afraid of heavenly punishment. So many experts. Dan Feng and Fan Xing were surprised. Especially Fan Xing. It was his first time seeing the 3 people standing at the front. Their auras were not weaker than his. Although the other 40 or so people were not as strong as him, they were also experts. What kind of power was it when such people gathered together? Moreover, these people were full of respect and admiration for Lin Xian. It was hard to believe Lin Xian said with a smile, "Let me introduce 2 new friends to you. This is Dan Feng, and this is Fan Xing. Both of them are from the Pill Cauldron sect, and they are also my friends. I have some things to do on the 7th floor. I'll tell you later when I come back." Soon, Lin Xian went to the 7th floor of the pagoda alone. He stood there and opened the window. His eyes flickered. Not long after, a black fog appeared and turned into a black-robed figure. It was He Shan. "You're here." Lin Xian looked around and asked. "No one noticed me, right?" He Shan said. "Don't worry, they're still far from catching me. Kid, you're not bad. You're recognized by the sky-swallowing jar. You know, there's something in there." Lin Xian was surprised. He Shan said, "Nonsense, but that thing is too dangerous. I think that except for you, the chances of others getting it are not high." Lin Xian smiled bitterly. It was indeed dangerous. One had to know that his soul had been crushed tens of thousands of times. If the others had weaker willpower, they would have already collapsed. "By the way, what do you plan to do next?" "I'm going to do something big. I have to slap the face of the Purple Mansion." "How?" He Shan asked. "Isn't that simple? I've suppressed a descendant of the Z government. It's very easy for me to humiliate the Z government." Black Mountain said, "This is just a small fight. The real smacking of his face still depends on me." "Do you have any plans?" Lin Xian was shocked. Black Mountain smiled mysteriously. "I'm from the Heavenly Court. You know that, right? Now that you have the heaven-swallowing jar, you have gained the recognition of the Heavenly Court. You will be a member of the Heavenly Court in the future. Our enemy is the Zifu Palace." Of course, the Violet Palace realm was only one of them. Was there anything more terrifying? Lin Xian was surprised. Black Mountain said, "Let's defeat the Zifu first. I have a plan. If I use it well, I can severely injure the Violet Palace realm. Of course, I need the perfect timing to do so." Next, Black Mountain began to transmit his voice. When Lin Xian heard this, he was also shocked. He did not expect the Black Mountain to be able to condense such a terrifying power. That should be enough. Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. He Shan said, "You are too naive. The foundation of the Purple Palace is far beyond your imagination. Therefore, I can at most injure the Violet Palace realm. It is impossible to destroy the Violet Palace realm. But even if I can't destroy it, I have to teach it a lesson. What do you need me to do?" Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain said, "You can start your plan outside and let their eyes fall on you. Then I can take action. Also, you can make good use of the young people around you, especially the sects behind them. It will be even better if you can pull them over. The Pill Cauldron sect should be on our side. As for the Hall of Longevity, the Fire God Palace, the Gu clan, and the other clans, I'm not sure. Back then, they passed by because I came out of the ancient bronze coffin. If they knew my true identity, they probably would not care about me." "That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that you have the heaven-swallowing jar. You can enter Mount Eternal. There are some treasures in Mount Eternal that those sects dream of obtaining. You can negotiate with them." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He understood. Then I should be able to rope in those sects temporarily. As for the other clan of the ancients, Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain said, "Don't think about the Tai Ching ancient city. Don't contact them either. They won't stand on our side. They might even stand on the Z Mansion side. I feel that the Z Mansion is about to make a big move." The two of them talked for a long time. Then Black Mountain floated away and went to prepare in secret. Lin Xian returned. The people below were all waiting. After seeing Lin Xian return, someone said, "Immortal, why did you gather us here?" "Yes, Immortal, whatever you need to do, just say it. We will definitely follow you. I'm here to look for everyone because of a big matter. I want to hold an auction." "Auction?" Everyone was stunned. "Auction what?" "The belly fight of the Z Mansion's successor, the roasted meat of the Golden Crow elder, the blood formed by the top geniuses of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Is this enough? Fan Xing was stunned. Oh my God, what is this? Even the Red Phoenix sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the other geniuses, his eyes lit up. Really? Then this auction will definitely be very exciting. I'm already looking forward to it. Huilinger's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Su Lai also clenched his fists. It was indeed good to follow an immortal, to be able to see such a strange auction. Gu Li asked impatiently, Immortal, when will it start? Lin Xian said that within a month. However, there's no hurry. We have to make a good arrangement. There will definitely be some people who won't be honest at the auction. At that time, we have to teach them a lesson. He then looked at the Red Phoenix and Fan Xing and asked, What's so special about Immemorial City? It's the kind of place that's sparsely populated but spacious. It's a place that's especially suitable for setting up a great array. The Red Phoenix raised her eyebrows and laughed. I feel that you're going to scam people again. I know a place. Fan Xing said that when I went to pick spirit herbs, I passed by a place. That place is very suitable. All right, let's do that. Next, who knows about array formations? Those who provide resources. Lin Xian asked. He didn't waste those geniuses and quickly mobilized them. He also had to find a place to hold the auction, and he had to set up a terrifying array formation. Those who dared to behave atrociously at his auction would all be killed. Full Moon Mountain. This was the place that Fan Xing had mentioned. It was indeed a good place. Lin Xian and the others began to set up here. 20 days later, a piece of news quietly spread out in Taiching Ancient City. On the streets and alleys, people were talking about it. Brother, do you want to attend the full moon auction in a few days? Full moon auction, what's that? Some people were puzzled. Another person said, Don't you know? That's a very rare auction. It's said that there will be a belly fight with the Purple Mansion Fairy. In addition, there will also be Golden Crow meat and various other treasures. What? There's actually such a thing. Those people were stunned. For a time, the news flew quickly. Many people knew that there was a strange auction that would be held in 10 days. Chapter 4700. Boom! When the Golden Crow clan found out, they were enraged. Auctioning their Golden Crow roast meat? What a joke! Was this a challenge to their Golden Crow clan? Who was it that was courting death? The Serene Cloud sex people were so angry that they vomited blood, because one of the items being auctioned was the blood essence of their genius disciple. This was a slap to their faces. Damn it, it was that kid, it was that Lin Xian. They gnashed their teeth. The Purple Mansion's people were very gloomy. Their Purple Mansion's fairy had been suppressed by someone else? Who was it? Someone said that from the looks of it, it should be that Lin Xian. We have one less successor. Fairy Ruah, she is no longer here. She should have been suppressed by that kid. The Purple Mansion's elders gnashed their teeth. Damn it, find that brat for me, and bring him back for me. I will tear him to pieces. The Purple Mansion's people moved quickly. Not only them, the Golden Crow clan and the Serene Cloud sex people were also searching. They even went to the Pill Cauldron sect. The Pill Cauldron sect's elder walked out and said, Lin Xian is not with us. Nonsense. The Golden Crow clan's people shouted coldly. That's right, your grand elder saved him. How could he not be here? We want to search. Impudent, who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in our Pill Cauldron sect? How could they allow others to search the sacred land of pills? The Purple Mansion's people also arrived and said, Hand over that kid, or don't blame us for being impolite. The Pill Cauldron sect's people did not back down. Since they had already decided to stand on Lin Xian's side, how could they compromise? The atmosphere between the two sides became more and more tense. However, at this time a piece of news came out. It turned out that they had found Lin Xian's traces in another place. Damn it, that kid was not here. The Golden Crow clan's experts rushed into the sky. The Serene Cloud sect and Purple Mansion's people also rose into the sky. They ignored the Pale Cauldron sect and rushed into the distance. When they arrived, they found that Lin Xian had already left. Next, Lin Xian's figure kept appearing in various places in Grand Clarity Ancient City. Zifu and the others went to search, but in the end they found nothing. In the end they gave up. They gritted their teeth and said, "Let's go to the full moon auction. I want to see who dares to auction our Purple Mansion's items." The Golden Crow clan and the Serene Cloud sect also charged over with murderous intent. The full moon auction was getting more and more lively. There were already quite a number of people gathered and waiting. However, since it wasn't time yet, how could he not start? No one saw Lin Xian and the others. There were only 3 days left until the deadline. He wondered what would happen when the time came. Don't you see that the people from the Purple Mansion are already here? Not only that, people from the Golden Crow clan and the Tranquil Cloud sect had also come. Other than them, Holy Heaven's Race, Light Race, and Wind Race were also present. It was truly another grand event. He did not expect that the Grand Clarity Ancient City had just calmed down for a few days, and a storm was about to rise again. Moreover, it was caused by this Lin Xian. What was this guy trying to do? Did he want to fight to the death with the people of the Z Mansion? More and more people gathered towards the full moon mountain range. Finally, the day had arrived. Everyone's eyes were burning. They wondered if the legendary items that were going to be auctioned were true. Between heaven and earth, several war chariots flew over, releasing endless rays of light. It attracted the attention of countless people. "He's here. It's Lin Xian." Everyone looked over. The Golden Crow clan, Z Mansion, and the Tranquil Cloud sect were even more murderous. They all stood up. They were ready to attack at any time. The war chariot in the sky stopped, and a few figures walked out from it. There weren't many people, only 6. Lin Xian, Dan Feng, Fan Xing, Su Lai, Guli, and Huling. As for the other top geniuses, they were scattered among the old people. When it was necessary, these people would make a move. "Kid, it's really you." The eyes of the Golden Crow clan's people instantly turned red. He soared up, covering the sky and earth. On the other side, the people from the Z Mansion and the Tranquil Cloud sect also rushed up, forming an inescapable net enveloping Lin Xian and the others. "Let's see how you escape this time." Lin Xian didn't care. He looked at the people around him and said indifferently, "Why, you still want to attack? Wasn't the lesson I taught you last time enough? Do you think that the number of elders who have fallen is not high enough? Go ahead and attack. Right? Is the great sage here yet? Let him come out." He looked around, not caring at all. "No need to use the great sage to deal with you. I'll do it myself." Some of the young geniuses gritted their teeth. Lin Xian sneered. "Where did this idiot come from? Did he just come out of seclusion? He doesn't even know my strength. Do you young people have the qualifications to fight against me?" The geniuses of the Z Mansion and the Golden Crow clan were about to bleed from anger. They couldn't help but want to rush forward. However, they were stopped by the elders. There was no need to talk about fairness with him. Everyone attack together and kill him. Yes, that's right. The people of the Tranquil Cloud sect were also gritting their teeth. The people of the Z Mansion were even more dazzling. "Today is the day you die." However, Lin Xian didn't care. He looked around and said indifferently, "This time, I'm here with full sincerity to open the auction. In this auction, not only will there be those legendary items, but I will also be auctioning off a few more precious items. For example, some ancient martial arts and spiritual herbs from tens of thousands of years ago. I think everyone is very interested in it. If I fall or am suppressed, those items can't be auctioned." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. There's such an item? Especially spiritual herbs from tens of thousands of years ago. This was incomparably precious to the elders. Immediately, someone spoke. Why not let the auction finish first? The people of the Light clan said indifferently. I think so too. The people of the Wind clan said. Even the people of the Holy Heavens clan said not to attack first. This shocked everyone. What's going on? These people are protecting Lin Xian? It's too unbelievable. The people of the Golden Crow clan gritted their teeth. The people of the Z Mansion also frowned, but soon they sneered. All right, let the auction start first. They wanted to see what tricks this kid had up his sleeves. The people of the Light clan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't want to stand on Lin Xian's side, but they felt guilty when facing the Z Mansion. After all, their people had sneakily attacked the Z Mansion before. Now, they naturally wanted to go against the Z Mansion. Seeing that the battle had not started at the exit of the remote ancient families, Lin Xian snorted coldly and brought a group of people down. Lin Xian said to Su Lai, open the array. Su Lai and Huiling are formed seals. Endless arrays appeared in the surroundings and covered the front. Everyone didn't care about this scene. Everything that was put up for auction was precious. If there was no protection, who would dare to open an auction? Lin Xian must have made sufficient preparations. Chapter 47:01. Lin Xian walked to the front and looked around. He smiled and said, Thank you, everyone, for coming to my auction. The item this time will definitely not disappoint you. He waved his hand and took out a golden roasted meat. There was still divine fire spreading on it. It was obvious that it had just been roasted not long ago. There was even a fragrance wafting over. Many people swallowed their saliva. At the same time, they were dumbfounded. Damn, it was really golden roasted meat. Could it be golden crow meat? Lin Xian said, Everyone has already guessed. That's right, golden crow meat at the peak of the Saint King level. This is very rare. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a row of grilled golden crow wings appeared in the air. It was also rare to see a Saint King at the peak. I think some people would like to try these two things. Everyone's scalps went numb. The eyes of the Golden Crow clan members instantly turned red. You're courting death. Did the other party really test their clan's elders? Although those elders had already fallen, it was still not allowed. Not only did this guy kill their elders, but he also roasted them and even took them out to auction. He was really courting death. Kill. Immediately, some people rushed over to attack. Take them down. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Huiling walked out and attacked with the fire god seal covering the sky and earth. On the other side, Gu Li was even more terrifying. He formed a crack in the void with his hand and cut off the sky and earth. He stopped the Golden Crow clan members. Want to fight? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a cold light. A ball of soul fire was released. Immediately, the two Golden Crow clan experts hugged their heads and screamed. Their souls had been severely injured. Golden Crow clan, do you all want to become roasted meat? A cold voice sounded. The elders of the Golden Crow clan gritted their teeth. They were ready to attack with all their might. However, the people of the Z Mansion said, Don't be anxious. We'll settle the score together later. Let's see what this kid can take out first. They were very suspicious. Was their successor suppressed by the other party? Therefore, they had to figure this out. Fine, we'll give the Purple Mansion some face. But after the auction ends, no one can stop us. The people of the Golden Crow clan gritted their teeth. This time, they were well prepared to kill the other party, because they knew that the other party was very powerful. The people of the Golden Crow race retreated. However, no one dared to bid for it. Whoever dared to bid for such a thing would completely offend the Golden Crow clan and be hunted down endlessly. However, they didn't dare, but someone else did. A young man laughed and said, I want it. When these words were spoken, countless people were shocked. Who was it? There were actually people who dared to ask for it. They all looked over. The people of the Golden Crow clan stared in that direction with murderous gazes. The void in that place shattered continuously, and a young man appeared. His expression was somewhat gloomy, but he still snorted coldly. What does it have to do with you guys that I'm auctioning something? Do you want to die? Why don't you try it again? The experts of the Golden Crow clan all walked over. The young man's body also turned cold, as if he was about to freeze. However, at this moment, a few old men at the side laughed. Why? Do you want to meddle in the affairs of the Fire God Palace? I'll accompany you to the end. Flames rushed out of their bodies and turned into two fire gods, standing between heaven and earth. They blocked the terrifying killing intent of the Golden Crow clan. The people of the Fire God Palace were an unparalleled great sect. Did they want to become enemies with the Golden Crow clan? The meat of the Golden Crow contains endless flame essence. To us fire attribute saints, it is a heavenly treasure. The Fire God Palace wants this item. No one bid again, because no one was willing to offend the Golden Crow clan. All right, deal. Lin Xian didn't plan to bid for an expensive price. After all, he wasn't here for money. It was to slap the faces of the Golden Crow clan, Z-Mansion, and the Serene Cloud sect. At the same time, it would attract the attention of the world. He would let Heishan act in secret. As for the price, it didn't matter. The people of the Fire God Palace accepted the Golden Crow barbecued meat and wings and started eating on the spot. A few elders and geniuses were emitting flames. Endless flames shrouded him. There were even illusions of the Golden Crow between heaven and earth. Great! As expected of the Golden Crow, a divine beast of heaven and earth. I feel that I will be able to break through in no time. The young disciples were happy. The older generation experts also laughed. Great! I haven't felt such terrifying flames for a long time. Damn it! The people of the Golden Crow clan vomited blood. This wasn't just a slap to their faces. This time they were pressed to the ground and ruthlessly kicked. Very good. Seeing the crazy appearance of the Golden Crow clan, Lin Xian felt relieved. He let these people chase after him. He looked towards the Serene Cloud sect and sneered. The people of the Serene Cloud sect had ugly expressions. They had a bad premonition. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a treasure box. It was a red box. After opening it, a drop of blood appeared. The blood was the size of a fist and emitted a cold and terrifying aura. This drop of blood had an extraordinary origin. The peak-level genius Yu Xie. You should know that this was refined using his body. Although it wasn't much, just a drop, the power it contained was endless. Lin Xian's voice rang out. The surrounding people went crazy. This guy took out another item. He slapped the Serene Cloud sect's face. As expected, the people of the Serene Cloud sect roared towards the sky. Damn it! Their top genius was being auctioned off just like that? You're courting death. An old man suddenly attacked towards Lin Xian. The 5 fingers turned into 5 evil swords, which pierced through the void and headed straight for Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slapped out with a man-ruler seal, shattering the other party's palm. The elder retreated. Holding his broken palm, he gnashed his teeth. You dare to kill my grandson. I'll definitely not let you off. Your grandson deserves to die. He tried to kill me time and time again. Isn't it normal for him to be killed? Why? Only your Serene Cloud sect is allowed to attack? Others are not allowed to fight back? What a joke. Today I'm here. If you're not convinced, come. If you really miss your grandson, I don't mind sending you to hell and let you reunite with him. Lin Xian's body emitted a terrifying aura. The Serene Cloud sect was so angry that they gnashed their teeth. At this time, a cold voice rang out. You're arrogant. Aren't you relying on your extreme weapons and killing tools? Without these external forces, you are nothing at all. Was someone challenging Lin Xian? Who was it that didn't know the difference between life and death? Lin Xian also turned his head. Why? You want to challenge me? Come out. Let me see who gave you the courage. From the Serene Cloud sect side, a young figure walked out. He looked somewhat similar to the evil spirit, but he was slightly older than the evil spirit. Who was this person? Some people were puzzled. The figure in front said, "I am Yulung, Yu Xie's brother. Do you dare to not use external power? Don't use extreme weapons. Don't use the great dragon sword. Don't use great sage artifacts. Use your body's power to fight to the death." Chapter 47:02. You want to have a fair fight with me? Lin Xian looked at Yulung and smiled. Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Very good. Yulung smiled coldly. In his opinion, the reason why the other party was so strong was because of those treasures. The other party's true strength was not his match at all. That was why he proposed such a fair fight. Those who came to participate in the auction also exclaimed, "It was great to have a fight to watch." They were originally here to watch the show, so they could not wait. At this time, Su Lai walked out, looked at the people of Yu Yin's sect, and said coldly, "It was agreed that it would be a fair fight. The other elders were not allowed to make a move. Otherwise, you will lose all your face." The elders of Yu Yin sect gritted their teeth. "Humph, you don't need to say it, we know." Hua Ling sneered. "I have to tell you in advance, because you are shameless. Damn it." The elders of Yu Yin's sect roared, then looked at Yulung. Yulung nodded. "Don't worry, elders, there will be no problem." He soared into the sky and arrived above the 9 heavens, looking at Lin Xian. "Come." Lin Xian also stepped into the air and stood there with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "Make your move. You will regret it." The power of Yulung's body exploded, sweeping through the 9 heavens. The other party was actually a late-stage Saint King, and he was a top genius. His true strength was not weaker than a peak Saint King. "Oh, is this what you're capable of?" Lin Xian smiled. "You said that it would be a fair fight, and I won't use any tricks. But your cultivation is higher than mine. Is this what you mean by fair?" Below, Hua Ling sneered. "Truly shameless. To have a fair fight, other than not using any weapons, one's cultivation had to be suppressed to the same level." The others were also discussing. The faces of the people of Yu Yun's sect were ugly. Yulung also gritted his teeth. He would not suppress his cultivation. Lin Xian smiled. "No need to suppress your cultivation. Let's fight now. Even if the other party's cultivation was higher than his, and he was a genius, so what? He would not be afraid. He was indeed arrogant. However, arrogant people usually did not live. He laughed maniacally. He charged at Lin Xian with an incomparably cold aura of hell. He threw a punch at Lin Xian's head. This punch seemed casual, but it carried all of its power. It was a one-hit kill. Countless people cried out in surprise. Yulung was too extraordinary. One had to know, how powerful was Lin Xian? The other party clearly knew that and still dared to come out. This meant that the other party was stronger. He was Yu Xie's brother. Yu Xie was a peak-level heavens chosen, and this Yulung was even stronger. In fact, he was several thousand years older than them and belonged to the previous generation of prodigies. If Lin Xian did not use any of his trump cards, he might not be able to withstand such a powerful attack. Once Lin Xian used those trump cards, the Tranquil Cloud sect and the Zifu sect would probably grab hold of this weakness. In fact, they might even use great sages to fight again and completely suppress the other party. However, they were obviously overthinking things. So what if Lin Xian didn't use an extreme weapon or the Grand Sage Pagoda? The other party was strong, but the other party had underestimated his strength. Facing this terrifying punch, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He pointed out with a finger. Dragon Elephant Finger. Between heaven and earth, the Dragon Elephant Phantom accompanied this attack and pointed out. The two collided like thunder from the 9 heavens, piercing through the sky. The surrounding sky kept shattering. Did he block it? Countless people cried out in surprise. Lin Xian was too strong. Without using any other trump cards, he could compete with the previous generation of prodigies with just his own strength. There was a difference of one realm between the two. They could not believe it. Even Yulong was stunned. Damn it, how could it be like this? He guessed that the other party must have gone all out. He still had powerful moves that he had not used. However, he no longer had the chance. This was because Lin Xian's finger attack had not been completely unleashed. Lin Xian looked at the other party and laughed. You think you can fight to a draw with me? Too naive. After saying that, an even more terrifying force exploded. The roar of a dragon and tiger resounded between heaven and earth. With a boom, the power of the dragon-elephant finger exploded once again, directly shattering the other party's fist. Yulong fell from the sky to the ground, piercing through the mountain range. Was the outcome of the battle decided in one move? The surrounding people were stunned. This was impossible. The people of Yun sect exclaimed in disbelief. The other experts were also stunned. Yulong was a genius from the previous generation. His strength definitely surpassed Jinwu Hao, Yu Xie, and the others. This was equivalent to an elder. Previously, Lin Xian had used the power of the heaven-swallowing jar to fight against an elder. Now that he did not have the heaven-swallowing jar, could the other party rely on his own strength? How would he know that after the previous life and death battle, Lin Xian had another breakthrough? His strength had become even more powerful. Therefore, even when facing Yulong, he did not need to use any trump cards to completely suppress him. The people of Jinwu clan also gritted their teeth. Damn it, wasn't this too useless? The people of Yu Yun's sect said, Wait, he has not lost yet. As his voice faded, the endless ground opened up and a figure rushed up, his hair disheveled. Yulong gritted his teeth and said, Kid, I really underestimated you. No wonder you could kill my useless brother. You really have the ability to make me serious. However, you have completely angered me. I can guarantee that you will be miserable next. Lin Xian looked at the other party, revealing a look of surprise. Oh, not dead? You are not bad. You are very strong. No wonder you dare to compete with me. The people below were surprised. It seemed that Yulong did not suffer much injuries. Could it be that he did not use his full strength before? Like I said, if he dares to challenge Lin Xian, he definitely has his own methods. The people of Yu Yun's sect also laughed. It seemed that Yulong was really serious. The people of Zifu seemed to have thought of something. They looked at the other party and quickly asked, Could it be that he can already open the 9 underworlds door? Hearing this, the people of Jinwu clan were shocked. The pupils of the people at Yu Yun sect shrank. The people of Zifu even knew this. An elder took a deep breath and said, Although it was not completely opened, it was already able to mobilize some of the power inside. So this time, that Lin Xian will definitely die. So it was like this. Hearing this, the people of Zifu and Jinwu clan laughed. The other great sects were shocked. They did not expect this Yulong to be so strong. Could he even reach that realm? Some people did not understand. What did the 9 underworlds door mean? But soon they understood. It seemed to be a legendary world. Opening the 9 underworlds door, one could mobilize the power of that world. It was equivalent to using the power of the 9 underworlds hell. It could definitely sweep through everything. This kind of power was cultivated in the dark and cold laws. It was an extremely high realm. Not only did the Yu Yun sect have it, some of the other dark sects also had it. However, it was extremely difficult to open the 9 underworlds door. Not only did it require top talent, it also required a heaven-defying opportunity. They did not expect this Yulong to have such an opportunity. Chapter 4703. The surrounding people were in a heated discussion as they looked at Yulong in shock. At this moment, Yulong made his move. Behind him, a dark door slowly opened. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions like seawater. The pitch-black door was only half open, but that power was too terrifying. Countless people were shocked. It was so terrifying. This Yulong was too extraordinary. Hualing, Sulai, and the other's eyelids twitched. Yi Wu Dao and the others frowned. Was this the legendary 9 underworld door? This guy's power would increase infinitely. Kid, go to hell. Yu Lung smirked and slapped out with the power of the 9 underworld door. Heaven and earth shattered. Even the pinnacle elders narrowed their eyes in shock. Those from the Purple Mansion sect looked solemn. They said that if the kid dared to use his trump card, they would attack together. That way, they would have a reason to attack. Lin Xian was not afraid in the face of a world-destroying attack. He snorted and clenched his fist, forming a sword light and slashing down. Heaven and earth split into two. Slash. Lin Xian's power increased infinitely, turning into a peerless god of war. His slash turned into eternity. Countless people were shocked. Did this kid use his trump card? No, this was his own power. His understanding of the laws had reached such a level. Some of the older generation were ashamed of their inferiority. Some people from the desolate ancient families said that this kid had experienced many life and death battles. It was not surprising for him to break through on the verge of death. The outcome of this battle was hard to predict. Boom! The sword slashed the sky and collided with the opponent's black palm. The 9 heavens shattered. Everyone retreated. They were nervous to the extreme. They wondered how the battle was going. Above the 9 heavens, 2 figures stood there. Lin Xian retracted his palm. The sword qi he had gathered had disappeared. On the other side, Yulong was also retreating. The black palm he had unleashed had also disappeared. Damn it, he had blocked it. Countless people were shocked. Were they evenly matched? The people from the Yuyin sect could not believe that the power of the 9 underworld door could not do anything to the opponent. At this moment, there was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. The door of the 9 underworlds slowly closed before disappearing from the world. How could it be? He destroyed the 9 underworld door with a slash. Countless people were shocked. The people from the Yun sect went crazy. What was going on? Yuleng's power? Yuleng's face was pale. Without the 9 underworld door, how could he block? You're not bad. Far surpassing you, and you use strength. But that's it. What other tricks do you have up your sleeves? If not, I can send you on your way. Lin Xian said plainly as he stood with his hands behind his back. This time, he did not use his peerless sword qi. Instead, a pair of golden eyes appeared. He roared coldly, "I will not lose!" He was much stronger than his younger brother. Thus, he had once again condensed the 9 underworld's gate. As the door slowly opened, a cold and sinister aura appeared once more. Was Lung. Even if he won, his foundation would be damaged. Oh, at the cost of his life. You want to fight me? Lin Xian's golden eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He shook his head. It's useless. The same move will not work on me a second time. Kid, you don't understand the 9 underworld door. What kind of world was it connected to? Yu Lung snorted and formed seals with his palms. 9 underworld, please bestow me power. Inside the black door, a cold energy appeared and formed an armor on Yu Lung's body, and a black 9 underworld blade. He roared at the sky to be able to obtain such power again. Lin Xian snorted and released his heavenly secret, divine eyes. There were golden eyes in the sky, looking down at the 9 underworld door. Then the power of reincarnation appeared. Destroy! His voice was like thunder. He was like a god as he looked around. The power of reincarnation appeared and formed a reincarnation wheel, crushing the 9 underworld door. Boom! 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 Thousands of roars came from the 9 underworld door, as if there were ghosts from hell rushing out. But in the end, they were destroyed by the power of reincarnation. The heavenly gods, I destroyed the 9 underworld door. Yulung spat out blood and flew back. This time his injuries were worse. He couldn't even stand up. Was he defeated? Everyone was shocked. In front of such a powerful 9 underworld door, he couldn't kill Lin Xian. Most likely, there weren't many in the younger generation who could compete with him. What's with that pair of eyes? Does he still have a powerful trump card? That seemed to be his own power and not an external weapon. Countless people were shocked. In the last battle, Lin Xian didn't use such a terrifying power. All right, I'll send you on your way if you lose. Lin Xian's gaze turned into terrifying flames that rained down from the sky. No, the experts of the Serene Cloud sect roared and rushed up. Yulong was already dead. They wouldn't allow anything to happen to him. Horlinger sneered. Is this what you call fairness? Who said they wouldn't attack? You bunch of elders are really shameless. Everyone was shocked. The elders of the Serene Cloud sect gritted their teeth. They didn't care about their face, but their lives were more important. They rushed up crazily. Lin Xian snorted and roared. A mysterious sky map appeared in his eyes. Then he seemed to open a space and directly sent the souls of these elders into reincarnation. Those elders' eyes turned white and they fell from the sky. One by one, they died. What's going on? Countless people were shocked. What kind of power was this? Those eyes were too terrifying. The elders who had rushed forward had all fallen. Lin Xian looked at Yulong again and said, "This time I'll send you on your way." Yulong roared and took out a black rune, then threw it forward. Indeed, when those symbols split apart, a wave of world-destroying power emerged. Everyone was shocked. Not good, it's a forbidden weapon. Such a terrifying forbidden weapon was definitely made by a great saint. Once it exploded, it was equivalent to a great saint attacking. Lin Xian was in danger. Unless he used his trump card. Good chance. Those from the Purple Mansion sneered. Su Lai, Gu Li, and the others roared. Despicable person, not letting others use their trump card. But you used external power. What qualifications do you have to be a genius? Ha ha, Dai. Yulong sneered. Even if he used external power, so what? The winner was king. He finally killed the other party. But at this time, a sigh came from behind him. You think you can kill me like this? You're really naive. Impossible. Yulong suddenly turned his head, his hair standing on end. How did the other party get behind him? Damn it, you borrowed the power of a demonic beast. He knew that Lin Xian had a void beast that could move space. Lin Xian sneered. I'm not as despicable as you. I didn't use external power. That's because I know spatial god arts. Now you can go to hell. With a wave of his hand, he cut off the other party's body. Chapter 4704. Reincarnation. Yulang's soul wanted to escape, but in the end he was also completely annihilated by the reincarnation. An expert of a generation was destroyed once again. No, the people of the Serene Cloud sect went crazy. The people of the Golden Crow race and Zi Fu had ugly expressions, because in the entire process, the other party did not use any weapon or external force. They simply could not find a chance to attack. Lin Xian looked at the Serene Cloud sect. If you are not satisfied, continue to attack. But do you still have face? Damn it, just you wait. The Serene Cloud sect roared. They took Yulang's corpse and quickly left. Indeed, they did not have the face to stay here. Lin Xian looked at Zi Fu and sneered. Do you still want to stay here? The people of Zi Fu clenched their teeth. Brat, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. Good, I'll let you open your eyes. Lin Xian descended and retracted the terrifying reincarnation power. He looked around and said, the next item to be auctioned was even more peculiar. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a belly dipper. Countless people's eyes lit up. Could it really be the legendary belly dipper that Zi Fu pierced through people? Lin Xian laughed. That's right, the rumors were true. This was Ruo Shi's belly dipper. The faces of the people of Zi Fu were terrifyingly dark. They had the urge to turn around and leave. Damn it, if they knew earlier, they would have left with the people of the Serene Cloud sect. Now that they had been slapped in the face, could they still leave? An elder roared, "A bunch of nonsense. It's not even something that belongs to our successor." "That's right. Brat, you think you can just casually take one out and give it to us? No one will believe you." The people of Fu sneered. The others were also shocked. Could it really be that this brat casually took one out? I think it's possible. How could the successor of Fu hand it over to the other party? Hearing this, Lin Xian said, "Are you doubting me? Do you want me to invite Ruashi out now?" She did not have a belly dipper on her. The people of Fu had the heart to die. If Ruashi really appeared, then they would lose all their face for the rest of their lives. So they clenched their teeth. They could not let Ruashi out. No one dared to speak. Seeing Fu shut up, Lin Xian sneered. If he had known that he would be slapped in the face, he wouldn't have come in the first place. Lin Xian looked around and said, "You all should have seen the attitude of the government, so I don't need to tell you the truth of this item, right? Now the auction begins." Countless people were shocked. The Fu palace was so frightened, so it was very likely that it was true. Therefore, some people really began to bid. This time, there was no need for Lin Xian to secretly send people. The scene was very lively. The price soared to 1,000 drops of dragon marrow. After all, this was just a piece of clothing. Even if he bought it, it would only be for his collection. At this time, an elder from the Violet Palace shouted, "Who dares to compete with me for 3,000 dragon marrow? I will destroy their soul." Countless people were astonished. It seemed that the government wanted to take back that item. Lin Xian looked at him and laughed coldly. "I didn't expect you to have such a young heart at such an old age. You actually have such a hobby. Could it be that when Ruashi was in your Violet Palace, you already had ideas about her?" As soon as he said that, the surrounding people burst into laughter. Old Zhang's face was as red as iron. He was so angry that smoke came out of his body. Damn it, he gnashed his teeth. However, the people beside him said that no matter what, they had to take back that item. The people from the government walked out and said, "Whoever dares to compete with us is going against us." Although the others were laughing, they didn't dare to bid anymore. The consequences of offending the government would be very miserable. At this time, the people that Lin Xian secretly sent out played a role. The 50 or so geniuses scattered in the crowd and began to bid. 4,000 drops of dragon marrow. 6,000 drops of dragon marrow. The price quickly reached 10,000 drops of dragon marrow. The surrounding people were shocked. Who are these people? Do they want to die? Someone said that it was Lin Xian's people. The people from the Fu palace gnashed their teeth and roared. 20,000 dragon marrow. Finally, the price rose to 100,000 drops of dragon marrow. Lin Xian's people didn't bid anymore. The people from the government finally won the bid. They were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. However, this item had to be destroyed. "We didn't bring so much dragon marrow this time. Give it to us first, and we'll give it to you when we go back," the elder from the government said coldly. Lin Xian laughed after hearing that. "If you don't have dragon marrow, what are you going to auction? Are you challenging us? If you want something, take out the dragon marrow. Otherwise, I'll let Ruashin out." After saying that, Lin Xian and the others looked at the government with a cold smile. The government was helpless. In the end, they gathered 50,000 drops of dragon marrow. As for the rest, he gave them to Lin Xian in exchange for other precious materials. Lin Xian threw the dragon marrow to the other party. After the person from the government got it, he returned it with a slap. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said, "If anyone dares to spread what happened today, I'll destroy their family." "Humph, do you think no one knows about this?" Lin Xian sneered. The people from the government walked up and said, "All right, kid, the auction is over. It's time to send you on your way." The people from the Golden Crow race stood up. The people from the Serene Cloud sect also came back. The experts from the 3 sides surrounded the place. The people from the auction retreated in fear. They ran far away. Lin Xian and the others stood there looking around. He sneered, "Do you want to make a move? Call out the great saint hiding in the dark." The people from the Z government said, "There's no need for a great saint to deal with you. Today you'll die without a doubt." After saying that, the experts all attacked. Monstrous power of law surged out. The people from the three sects attacked together. It was really terrifying. Lin Xian and the others roared. Countless geniuses formed hand seals. Array after array lit up and swept across the heaven and earth. A great battle broke out in an instant. "Do you think you're the only one with array? We're already prepared." The people from the Z government and the Serene Cloud sect sneered. Their foundation was not something that Lin Xian could compare to. Before coming, they had prepared many killing arrays. Now that they were released, they swept across the heaven and earth. The collision between the two sides was very terrifying. On Lin Xian's side, the aura was tumbling. Many array formations were broken. "Not good, they're too prepared. We can't beat them. Should we retreat?" Hualing said. "I'll call the elders of the sections." Su Lai signaled. This time, other than the young disciples, they also called some elders from their own sections. For example, the Fire God Palace had many elders. After these elders came, they also joined the battle. Lin Xian said, "We can retreat." This time, not only did he slap the faces of the three sects, he also obtained 100,000 dragon marrow. It could be said that his mission was over. There was no need to stay here. It was time to leave. "Want to leave? Too naive." The people from the Z government roared. "Today, we'll definitely not let you leave." Chapter 4705. A great battle broke out. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian's side had many people helping them. They blocked it and quickly retreated. The three major forces, led by Z, Fu, charged forward crazily. Today no one can leave. What should they do? Hualing, and the others frowned. Were they going to risk their lives? Lin Xian sneered. No need. He gave them a big gift. He waved his hand and took out a black stone. There was a rune on it. He said, "Hurry up and retreat." Everyone was surprised. A black stone was so useful. However, when Lin Xian took the talisman, everyone's hair stood on end. Even Lin Xian was sent flying in an instant. The black stone turned into a stream of light and attacked the people of Zifu and the other two major forces. Those people felt the terrifying aura and roared angrily. They quickly attacked. They attacked crazily and hit the black stone. The black stone was shattered into countless small pieces and scattered in all directions. However, an even more terrifying power erupted from inside and swept out. Not good. The faces of the people of Z, Fu, changed greatly. Several elders of the Golden Crow clan instantly turned into white bones. The people of the Serene Cloud sect were also frightened and quickly scattered. The people of Zifu were also affected. Damn it, what was this? Lin Xian's side was also shocked. The pupils of the elders of the Fire God Palace shrank. The power of Mount Eternal. Exalted Immortal. Did you bring anything out from Mount Eternal? They were really too surprised. Hualing, Sulai, Guli, and the others were even more shocked. They were from the Mount Eternal region. Naturally, they knew how terrifying Mount Eternal was. A great saint would definitely die if he entered Mount Eternal. Although it was only a stone now, it was not something that anyone could contend against. As expected, the black stone was very terrifying. After it was shattered, all kinds of indestructible power swept in all directions. The people of the three major forces were really miserable this time. They were too smart for their own good. If they did not attack the stone, they might be able to escape. But now the area it covered was simply too wide. In that instant, people turned into white bones one after another, falling. The Golden Crow race's people had a look of despair. Damn it! I will definitely not let you off. The people of the Serene Cloud sect also roared in anger. The eyes of the Z government's people turned red. Retreat! Retreat quickly! In front of such a terrifying, indestructible aura, they could not resist at all. The losses this time were really too heavy. The people who were watching the battle from afar also retreated frantically. At this point, it was no longer as simple as just spectating the battle. The slightest carelessness could very well cost him his life. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. They tore open the void and disappeared. In an instant, the full moon mountain had become an indestructible place. All that was left was the legend of the battle and the endless white bones. These people fled back one after another. For a time, the news spread throughout the entire Grand Clarity Ancient City. The people in Grand Clarity Ancient City were all stupefied. No way! Another huge storm was created. Lin Xian had actually auctioned off those legendary items. Furthermore, in the end, he even went on a killing spree. Did the people from the Purple Mansion and the other two factions suffer losses again? Countless people were shocked and could not believe it. But this time, many top experts saw it with their own eyes. Especially the last Blackstone, it was too strange. After the Z government, Golden Crow Race, and Serene Cloud sect returned, they were so angry that they vomited blood. They had made meticulous preparations to suppress the other party this time. Who would have thought that more people would fall this time? Damn it! In an instant, many people were frantically searching. The Z government and the others had mobilized countless experts. There were even great sages who were prepared to act in the dark. However, after searching the entire Grand Clarity Ancient City, they could not find Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others left the Full Moon Mountain and flew directly into the distance, and left Grand Clarity Ancient City. The people of the Fire God Palace were incomparably shocked. Could an immortal bring out something from Mount Eternal? I am injured now and cannot take out many things. However, taking out 1 or 2 items is not a problem. Really? That's great. The eyes of the elders of the Fire God Palace turned red. Hua Ling, Guli, and the others were even more excited. If this was true, then it was too important. They had to quickly report this to their sections. They once again invited Lin Xian to return as a guest. Lin Xian did not reject this time, because he already had this intention. He wanted to pull these sects to his side. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the area of Mount Eternal. This time, the Fire God Palace invited Lin Xian in. As for Gu Li, Su Lai, and the other geniuses, they all returned to their sections. They had to pass this important news to their sect masters. Lin Xian, Dan Feng, and the other 2 followed the elders of the Fire God Palace to a flaming mountain. Countless seas of fire spread around. Dan Feng and Fan Xing's eyes lit up. They were alchemists and naturally needed fire. At this moment, they were greatly surprised when they felt the terrifying aura of the flames. The flames of the Fire God Palace were not inferior to their Pill Cauldron sect. Was it really okay for Lin Xian to pretend to be an immortal? They knew Lin Xian's identity. However, Lin Xian looked calm, as if he was not afraid at all. Forget it, let's just follow and see. Dan Feng sighed. If there was no other way, she would ask her master for help. She had underestimated Lin Xian. After entering, the elders of the Fire God Palace and even the great sages came to welcome them. Greetings, exalted immortal. They kept bowing to Lin Xian. The respectful scene stunned Dan Feng and Fan Xing. This treatment was almost the same as a real sect master, right? In the face of such a grand scene, Lin Xian was very calm. He said faintly, "No need to be so courteous. Get up." With a wave of his hand, he sat at the highest point of the main hall. The elders were discussing quickly, as if they had confirmed something. Finally, old Zhang walked out and said, "First, we have a request. Exalted immortal, please agree." "Request? Great, I have something for you to do." The eyes of the people of the Fire God Palace lit up. If the other party did not have any requests, it would be difficult to succeed. However, If the other party had something to do, they could help. Therefore, they quickly said, "Exalted Immortal, please tell us what you need." "We will definitely do it, perfectly." Lin Xian nodded. "There's no hurry. Let's talk about your matters first." A great sage walked out and cupped his fist with a smile. "Exalted Immortal, I heard that you brought out a stone from Mount Eternal. I don't think I'm wrong." Lin Xian nodded. "That's right." The elders of the Fire God Palace gasped and their eyes turned red. The great sage continued, "Exalted Immortal, can you bring out other things from Mount Eternal?" Lin Xian said faintly, "If it's something from Mount Eternal, I'm afraid I can't take it out now. However, ordinary things are not a problem." "Really?" The eyes of the people of the Fire God Palace lit up. It would be great if that was the case. The great sage said, "Exalted Immortal, please take out an immortal herb for us." Chapter 4706. Lin Xian chuckled inwardly as he finally got to the main point. He was waiting for these people to make a request. He pretended to be in a difficult position and said, if it was under normal circumstances, it would be possible. But now it was impossible. The Fire God Palace people's faces changed. "Why?" the great sage asked. Lin Xian sighed. The reason was simple. It was because of the Z Mansion. I went to Taiching Ancient City and had a grudge with the Z Mansion. The Z Mansion is now eager to kill me. You can ask Hualing. She should know. The elders of the Fire God Palace looked at Hualing. Hualing nodded. It was true. The Z Mansion people were despicable. They specifically targeted Exalted Immortals. Damn it. What's so great about the Z Mansion? Exalted Immortal, we will help you deal with them. The great sage said, "Yes, that's right. The Z Mansion was a sect that declined 70,000 years ago. Now it wants to be reestablished. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a joke. The Z Mansion said that they had immortal fate. They didn't even know who the real Exalted Immortals were, and they still wanted to kill them? They were really courting death." Lin Xian sighed. "Maybe it was because of my identity that they wanted to kill me. If you can help me, that would be great. This way, I can be at ease and help you get a spiritual herb. Exalted Immortal, don't worry. We will definitely stand on your side and help you. Exalted Immortal, please don't worry and help us get the spiritual herb." Lin Xian said, "I will remember the spiritual herb you want. However, the Z Mansion might make a move soon, so I have to fight back." The people of the Fire God Palace started to discuss. At this time, someone really found out that the Z Mansion was near Mount Eternal. It turned out that the Z Mansion didn't give up on searching. Last time, the two groups of people they sent out were killed near Mount Eternal. They sent more people to search the area. At this moment, the Fire God Palace quickly found these people. They thought that these people were chasing after Lin Xian and were furious. "Don't worry. We will help you deal with the Z Mansion. When the time comes, we will ask Exalted Immortal to help us get the divine herb." The people from the Fire God Palace quickly explained. Lin Xian smiled. This Zifu was really unlucky. He didn't expect that they would always send people here. Now that the Fire God Palace had misunderstood him, he decided to beat them at their own game. "All right, then you guys discuss. I'll rest here." The elders then left. Lin Xian, Dan Feng, and Fan Fanqing were invited to a spirit mountain. There was a supreme grade spirit vein here. Verdant hills and limpid waters made it a good place to live. In less than 2 days, the place was filled with people. There were people from the Longevity Hall, the Gu clan, and other sects and clans. They were all here. If Lin Xian could enter Mount Eternal, then he could help them get some divine medicine. After they arrived, they learned that Lin Xian had promised the Fire God Palace to retrieve a stalk of immortal herb. This made their eyes turn red. They absolutely could not fall behind. In addition, they knew that Lin Xian had a grudge with the people from the Zifu. So when they arrived, they directly asked, "Don't worry, Exalted Immortal. We are willing to follow you and suppress the Zifu." The supreme elder of the Longevity Hall said directly. The Gu clan's elder also nodded. That's right. Exalted Immortal. Please retrieve the divine herb for us. Lin Xian looked at them and said, I can't enter Mount Eternal too many times. After all, that place is very special. However, seeing that everyone is so sincere, I will make an exception and enter a few more times to help everyone take out the things that you want. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Everyone expressed their gratitude and then went back to make preparations. This time, many people were ready to go back with Lin Xian. The leaders were two peerless sects, the Fire God Palace and the Longevity Hall. There was also a clan of the ancients. Other than them, the other clans and sects were weaker than these three forces. But at this moment, they were equivalent to a peerless sect. Soon, they gathered beside Lin Xian and formed the Immortal Alliance. Other than the elders and great sages, even the young geniuses like Huo Ling are followed beside Lin Xian again. Lin Xian looked at this powerful force and took a deep breath. It really exceeded his expectations. It seemed that it was time to counterattack the Zifu. He wanted to let everyone know the consequences of chasing after him. Even the Zifu was no exception. Of course, he would not let the Golden Crow clan and the Serene Cloud sect go. The group of people prepared to return to Taiqing Ancient City in a grandiose manner. At the same time, another figure came to Taiqing Ancient City. It was a woman with a beautiful face and a veil. She looked at Taiqing Ancient City with a rueful expression. Was this the primeval city? At this moment, a voice sounded in her mind. It was a woman's voice. It was very old and weak. She said, Yes, this is Taiqing Ancient City. The Zifu and Heavenly Court had appeared here before, and recently, news of them appeared again. The Zifu had been reactivated. The ruins of the Heavenly Court had also appeared, and it was said that the Sky Lantern had been reignited. Going quickly. Hearing the voice in her mind, Shen Jingqiu nodded. Her figure changed, and she entered Taiqing Ancient City. After entering, she asked around and finally obtained some recent news. The appearance of the Sky Lantern, and the appearance of the ancient bronze coffin, and even the ancient bronze coffin pulled by 9 true dragons across the sky shocked countless people. Even the heaven-devouring jar had appeared. Big Brother Lin Xian. What Shen Jingqiu heard the most was the legend of Lin Xian, because no matter which matter it was related to Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian seemed to be the center of the whirlpool of the whole thing, especially when she heard about Lin Xian's various shocking deeds. She was also nervous. She did not know how he was now. It seemed that he had already left Taiqing Ancient City. Thinking of this, she asked about the location of the ruins of the Heavenly Court and then began to move. A few days later, she arrived at the ruins of the Heavenly Court. At this moment, the ruins of the Heavenly Court had already disappeared, leaving behind only ruins. The space of the Heavenly Court had also closed again and would not open again. Standing here and feeling the remaining power of heaven and earth, Shen Jingqiu's eyes flickered. The voice of the woman in her mind sounded. It seems that we were a step too late. Otherwise, we might have been able to obtain that half an extreme weapon. Half? Shen Jingqiu frowned. What did that mean? The mysterious woman said. The heaven-devouring jar was not complete and still lacked a lid. Where was the lid? The mysterious woman said that it must still be in another secret space of the Heavenly Court. As for which one it was, she did not know. Of course, there was another legend, and that was that it was attacked by the Zifu. Back then, the Zifu had attacked the Heavenly Court. It was said that the Zifu had obtained something incredible from the Heavenly Court. There was a taboo martial art and a terrifying weapon. It was very likely that it was the lid of the heaven-devouring jar. What was a taboo martial art? Shen Jingqiu asked. The mysterious woman sighed. It was said to be the heaven-devouring demonic art. However, that was only a legend. No one knew because no one cultivated this taboo martial art. Chapter 4707. Xin Jingqiu was shocked. So it was the legendary devouring demonic skill. She had heard that it was a peerless skill created by a great emperor. She didn't expect that it would be in the hands of the Z Mansion. All of a sudden, she frowned. Her gaze swept across the void behind her as she berated coldly. "Who was it? Come out. I didn't expect that you would be able to discover me. How surprising." A faint voice resounded, but no one appeared. Xin Jingqiu frowned. The mysterious woman in her mind said that he was running at high speed. Xin Jingqiu's pupils shrank when she heard that. The other party's speed and strength were too fast. It was hard to believe. "Who are you?" Xin Jingqiu asked. A figure appeared behind her. It was a man in a glowing robe. His body was glowing with light. He smiled and said, "I'm from the Z Mansion, and I want to invite you." Z Mansion? Xin Jingqiu squinted her eyes. She didn't expect that someone from the Z Mansion would come looking for her. Could it be that she had already been discovered when she had just arrived? Well, she would go and see what was so special about the legendary Z Mansion. Taiching Ancient City seemed to be in peace again. The storm caused by Lin Xian gradually subsided. However, on this day, another storm quickly blew. This was a world-shaking event, so much so that everyone in Grand Clarity Ancient City was stupefied. They couldn't believe it. That was the Purple Mansion Sect's announcement. They were willing to exchange their peerless skills with other remote antiquity families and peerless sections. It was an earth-shattering deal. One had to know that the inheritance was the most important thing for a family and sect. It was absolutely forbidden for it to be passed on. But now, the Z Mansion wanted to make such a deal. Who would agree? The remote antiquity families were shocked and couldn't believe it. They all went to investigate. The Z Mansion's answer was very simple. They had everything that the other party wanted. They even had things that the other party didn't think of, including the peerless skills of the Heavenly Court. They also had them. Everyone was shocked. Was it really the Z Mansion who had led people to attack the Heavenly Court? Otherwise, how could they have obtained the peerless skills of the Heavenly Court? In an instant, countless discussions broke out. The Wind Tribe, the Light Tribe, the Holy Sky Tribe, and the other remote antiquity families were also discussing whether this was true. To be honest, they didn't want to pass on their core peerless skills. But they were envious of what the Z Mansion had. "We can give it a try first. Let's exchange some martial arts with them." Soon, the Wind Clan started to act. The Wind Clan took out a saber art. It was a powerful, peerless skill, but wasn't their core content. So they decided to give it a try. The people from the Purple Mansion agreed to the exchange and gave the great, desolate heaven-rending hand to the Wind Clan. That's great. And the Wind Clan's people. They had seen the might of the great, desolate heaven splitting hand. After mastering it, it could split the heavens and earth. It was not any weaker than their saber arts. In fact, they might even be stronger. This deal was definitely worth it. The other remote antiquity families and were. However, when they learned about what had happened to the Wind Clan, their eyes all turned red. The Light Clan, Sacred Clan, and Remote Cloud Sect exchanged some peerless skills and obtained the Heavenly Courts. The Purple Mansions were overjoyed. They exchanged the Heavenly Courts for several peerless skills. It was a great deal for them. Another old man said, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. We're still probing. After we confirm it, I'm sure someone will exchange with us for other peerless skills. We can even exchange for inherited peerless skills." Sure enough, the Remote Cloud Sect's people came again. It seemed like they wanted to carry out an even bigger exchange. The Remote Cloud Sect was in an awkward situation. Their genius, Yuxia, had been killed. Their hidden genius of the previous generation, Yulong, had also fallen. The fall of two peerless geniuses had dealt a heavy blow to the Remote Cloud Sect. They might be at their peak now, but what about a few thousand years later? Now that two geniuses had fallen, it would be extremely difficult to nurture them again, especially Yu Lung, who could communicate with the 9 underworld's door. The future was bleak, so they decided to take a gamble, to exchange for a peerless skill. This way, they might be able to create a few more geniuses. The remote cloud sex elders secretly entered the Purple Mansion to discuss. What they wanted the most was the Heavenly Court's inheritance. However, the Purple Mansion's price was too much for them to bear. Moreover, it was said that the Heavenly Court's inheritance was only a portion and not complete. The remote cloud sect could only give up. However, the Purple Mansion's other inheritance made the remote cloud sect's eyes turn red. What the Purple Mansion took out was the 9 underworld scripture. This was a peerless skill that cultivated the dark and gloomy type. They could not refuse. The remote cloud sect's elders returned and quickly discussed with the sex inheritance. They finally decided to exchange the remote cloud art and the Purple Mansion's inheritance for the 9 underworld scripture. Although their secret might be leaked, if they could obtain the 9 underworld scripture, it would be worth it. This time, several great sages came. Even the sect master of the remote cloud sect came personally to prepare for the exchange. After all, they were afraid that the Purple Mansion would suddenly attack. The Purple Mansion's people laughed. There was no hurry. This exchange would not be carried out in secret. It would be a grand ceremony. The remote cloud sect's people were stunned. They did not want this matter to spread. However, the Purple Mansion's people did say that this was very important to them. Of course, they would compensate them. They would also give them 2 ancient divine abilities. The remote cloud sect's people could only return. They also knew that the Purple Mansion probably wanted to use this exchange to make a name for themselves. This way, the other remote ancient families would definitely be moved. It seemed that they could only make preparations. The remote cloud sect master brought his people back and started to quickly make arrangements. This way, when the time came, they could not guarantee that someone would attack. He had to bring sufficient manpower and strength. After the Purple Mansion confirmed the exchange with the remote cloud sect, they released the news. On the night of the full moon, they would exchange their inheritance with the remote cloud sect at the Grand Clarity Ancient City's Grand Clarity Lake. When these words came out, everyone went crazy, especially those remote ancient families. They did not dare to believe it. Although they had made some exchanges before, of course, they were not their core's absolutes. Now, the remote cloud sect was actually going to exchange the remote cloud arts? For a moment, countless people were shocked. They did not believe it. Some people even thought that the Purple Mansion was lying. When the Purple Mansion said the contents of the exchange were the remote cloud arts and the 9 underworld scripture, everyone was stunned. Some people finally understood why the remote cloud sect's people went crazy. Chapter 4708. The 9 nether scripture was an extremely terrifying inheritance from the ancient times. The Tranquil Cloud sect would definitely not give up on it. The other experts were also moved. Quickly, there was still half a month's time. For a time, the Grand Clarity Ancient City was filled with countless people. The ancient families were also moved. They wanted to see how this transaction would go. If possible, they also wanted to exchange for some other absolute arts. Between heaven and earth, countless chariots were moving quickly. They brought with them a powerful force, causing the passers-by to be incomparably terrified. Which great clan had come here? That was too terrifying. What kind of major event had alarmed such a sect? Could it be because of the Purple Mansion? I think it's possible. Many people are heading towards the Grand Clarity Ancient City. These people must be going too. In a chariot, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He heard the conversation of those people and immediately frowned. With a cold snort, a pair of golden eyes appeared between heaven and earth. The 2 people in the distance were so frightened that their scalps went numb. They wanted to escape, but in an instant their souls were imprisoned. Senior, please spare our lives. Although the 2 of them were saint kings, they were kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Xian's voice came out from the cold eyes. What happened in the Purple Mansion? Senior doesn't know. The two of them were also surprised. Could it be that these people were not going for the Purple Mansion? They hurriedly explained the matter, and then asked carefully, "Senior, can you spare our lives?" The golden eyes in the sky disappeared, and the two of them quickly left. In the chariot, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Dan Feng asked beside him what happened. Could it be that something big had happened in the Grand Clarity Ancient City? Lin Xian said that something big had happened. He explained the matter. Dan Feng was stunned after hearing it. It can't be exchanging absolute arts? The Tranquil Cloud sect was really crazy. If it was the real 9 nether scripture, the Tranquil Cloud sect's actions were understandable. What do you plan to do? Dan Feng looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Interesting. He originally wanted to directly attack the Purple Mansion. Now it seemed that he would have to wait. Wait until the night of the full moon. I think that guy won't let go of such a good opportunity. The guy Lin Xian was talking about was naturally Heishan. He stood up and said stop. Countless war chariots stopped, and the people inside were puzzled. A figure came out and asked, "Upper Immortal, what's going on?" Lin Xian said that on the night of the full moon, there would be a grand meeting in the Purple Mansion. I want to take a look first, then attack when the time comes. Therefore, when they arrived at Grand Clarity Ancient City, they had to first have everyone hide. Otherwise, the Violet Palace would probably immediately close their doors. An expert from the Gu clan stepped forward and said with a smile, "Don't worry about that, exalted immortal. Our Gu clan's void mystique isn't just for show. We can open up a spatial tunnel and hide in the void. No one else would be able to discover it. When the exalted immortal needs us, we will send out a signal." We walked out of the spatial tunnel. Okay, Lin Xia smiled. With the space great saint here, it was indeed convenient. Next, they continued their journey. When they were about to reach Taiqing Ancient City, Lin Xian had the Gu clan experts open up a spatial passageway. A huge spatial crack appeared, and the people who came with Lin Xian all entered the spatial passageway. They walked in the Void Palace and waited. Lin Xian brought Dan Feng, Fan Xing, Hualing, Sulai, and Guli into Taiqing Ancient City. After entering, Lin Xian realized that there were even more people here than the previous time. From the looks of it, the exchange was indeed true. There were still 5 days before the full moon. Dan Feng said, "Let's go back to Pill Cauldron Sect first and make a plan." The group returned to Pill Cauldron Sect and told them the plan. The sect master of Pill Cauldron Sect and the 2 supreme elders also nodded in agreement, indicating that they could support it. If necessary, they would even take action personally. Lin Xian had finished his preparations. Everything was waiting for the night of the full moon. At this moment, Grand Clarity Lake had also changed. The experts of the Purple Mansion used their peerless mystiques to open up countless palaces, pavilions, and even condense into countless formations. After all, what they were going to exchange was a supreme inheritance. No mistakes were allowed. Fortunately, Grand Clarity Lake was big enough to accommodate anyone who wanted to come and watch. At this moment, in a palace, a woman in purple stood there, looking at Grand Clarity Lake with flickering eyes. Tomorrow, there would be a grand event here. It was really surprising. She wondered if she could see the person she wanted to see. At this moment, a person surrounded by the phantom of a fiend god stepped into the air. He came nearby and said with a smile, "The person inside should be Fairy Shin." Shin Jingqiu waved her hand, and the void opened. She frowned slightly when she saw a figure. "What do you want?" She had seen this person in the Purple Mansion before. He was one of the successors of the Purple Mansion, and it was said that he used to be a saint of a sacred ground. His identity was very terrifying, and his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the soul in her mind told her that he was very dangerous. "Fairy Shin, don't be so cold. Can you let me in?" Yao Guang said with a smile. He was like a god who could make countless people look up to him. His eyes were filled with strong confidence. I'm not familiar with you. Shen Jingqiu said indifferently. Yao Guang smiled. I think Fairy Shen's identity and strength must be very strong. Therefore, I'm very curious and want to ask for guidance. A strange aura appeared on his body, making Shen Jingqiu feel very uncomfortable. The mysterious voice in her mind said, Qiu, be careful. He wants to attack you. Shen Jingqiu felt a trace of killing intent, but it disappeared quickly. She snorted coldly. Want to spar? I'll accompany you. A blurry figure appeared behind her, bringing with it a monstrous power. The two of them looked like they were about to fight. However, at this moment, a figure flew over from afar. He smiled. Fairy Shen, I'm not disturbing you by coming uninvited, right? Hearing this voice, Shen Jingqiu raised her head. On the other side, Yao Guang retracted his killing intent. He revealed a confident smile again, but his eyes were extremely cold. Qin Xianer flew over like a fairy. When she came close, she looked at Yao Guang in confusion. So you're here too? You know each other? Or do you have something to do? Yao Guang said indifferently, My matter is over. With that, he turned around and left. When the other party's aura disappeared completely, Qin Xianer heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Shen Jingqiu and said, Be careful. That guy seems to have cultivated a taboo martial art, and he wants to devour the strength of others. Shen Jingqiu's eyes narrowed. Could it be the demonic heaven-devouring skill? Qin Xianer sighed. What is it? I don't know either, but I know that he needs the corpse of others, or someone with strong energy. Shen Jingqiu nodded. Thank you. Then she asked again, Do you have any news about Brother Lin Xian? Chapter 4709. Qin Xianer replied, I don't know, but if you meet him, please tell him to stop going against the Z Mansion. The Z Mansion's foundation was beyond his imagination. I will. Qin Xianer then left. Shen Jingqiu's eyes flickered. Z Mansion. It was getting more and more interesting. The next day, when the sun rose, everyone was excited. That was because there was going to be an important banquet tonight. During the day, there were already many people here. Even the people from the remote antiquity families and great sects were here. There were also some who came from other cities, specifically for today's event. When the night came and the moon rose, everyone was excited. The Taiqing Lake reflected the moonlight and emitted a mysterious aura. There were many spirit boats around the Taiqing Lake, and they were full of people. In fact, there were even people flickering within the palaces that were formed in the surroundings. There was a storm between heaven and earth. The people from the Wind Clan came to an ancient building. On the other side, there was a flash of light. The people from the Light Clan came. In addition, the Holy Clan, the Golden Crow Clan, and some other powerful sects arrived. These people landed in the palaces around the lake. Everyone was discussing, Why isn't he here yet? At that moment, a figure stepped in the air, bringing with him a sky full of gods and demons. Every step he took was accompanied by a grand Tao. The people from the Z Mansion were here. They all turned their heads to look. In the crowd, Lin Xian and the others' eyes flickered. Is he here? They were sitting on a small boat in the Taiqing Lake. The spirit boat shone brightly, and no one knew that they were inside. At that moment, Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he stared at the figure in front of him. Light-shaking realm. That's right, it was him. After the light-shaking realm cultivator, more and more people arrived. Some were like immortals, some were like fairies. There were 9 people in total, and they were the 9 successors of the Z Mansion. Lin Xian had suppressed Ruashi before. Now, it seemed that someone had replaced her. The 9 successors of the Z Mansion stood there like 9 gods. Countless people looked up to them. Every successor was a top-notch heaven's pride. Some people were discussing. They wondered how they would fare against Yi Wudao and light-shaking realm cultivators. Are you talking about those 2 with the ancient physique? I think it should be about the same. After all, there were many secret techniques in the Violet Palace realm. There were also people who said that no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be a match for Lin Xian. Many people felt their scalps go numb at the mention of this name. It couldn't be helped. That young man was simply too powerful. He had probably surpassed everything. Even a descendant of the Purple Mansion sect couldn't compete with him. Yu Fian seemed to have heard everyone's discussion. Yu Fian coldly said, "No one can challenge our Z Mansion. The person you all are talking about doesn't even dare to come today. There is nothing to boast about." "That's right. If he dares to come, I'll personally suppress him." It was a man who was clad in battle armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. He was the substitute Ruashi's successor. At this moment, he desperately needed a battle to make his name known to the world. Inside the spirit boat, when Hualing, and the others heard this, they snorted coldly. They didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and they even wanted to fight with the exalted immortals. "I don't think he can even defeat us." Su Lai sneered. "Don't bother with them. They're just a bunch of ants." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "Don't worry, there will be a big gift for them later." Not long after, the people of the Serene Cloud sect also arrived. They drove a black chariot and descended from the sky like a dark cloud. Everyone exclaimed. Many people had arrived. There were several great light saints. There was even a man who looked like a demon from hell. He was the sect master of the Serene Cloud sect. The sect master of the Serene Cloud sect had personally come. One could imagine how much importance the Serene Cloud sect placed on this exchange. The elders of the Serene Cloud sect frowned when they saw that the Z Mansion sect had only selected 9 successors. Could it be that they wanted these young people to exchange with them? What a joke! They were too relaxed for such an important matter. Yu Fian smiled and said, "Seniors of the Serene Cloud sect, please don't be impatient. Soon, the elders of the Z Mansion will arrive." After waiting for a while, purple clouds filled the air. The true experts of the Z Mansion sect had arrived. There were 5 great saints. Apart from them, there was another woman. This woman wore a phoenix robe and sat on a divine chariot. There were 6 flood dragons pulling the chariot. These 6 flood dragons were all Saint Kings. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Their auras were extraordinary. Such a magnificent scene indicated that this person's identity was not ordinary. She was Elder Wudong of the Z Mansion sect. Her status was very high. This time, she was the one presiding over the exchange. The 6 flood dragons stopped in the air. Wudong opened her eyes and looked at the people of the Serene Cloud sect. She then stood up and smiled. "Are you all ready? Are you all ready? You should have brought that item as well, right?" The sect master of the Serene Cloud sect said in a deep voice. Elder Wudong's lips curled into a smile. "Since that was the case, then let's begin." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect both sides to be so decisive. There was no politeness at all. They directly carried out the most important matter. Everyone became nervous. Did they know what kind of scene it would be? However, at this moment, a voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Wait, the voice was like thunder that resounded between heaven and earth. Countless people were shocked. Who was it that dared to behave so atrociously at this time? Did they not want to live anymore? Countless gazes looked over. The people of the Serene Cloud sect coldly snorted. Monstrous killing intent condensed. The 9 great successors of the Z Mansion also walked out one by one. Their auras erupted. This voice was incomparably ethereal. No one could tell where it came from. It resounded between heaven and earth. They had long heard that the Z Mansion sect was all-encompassing and had countless supreme techniques. They just did not know if it was true or false. Why not show them the Z Mansion sect? Everyone was shocked. Was someone questioning the Z Mansion sect? However, at the same time, they were also very curious. It was indeed so. Did the Z Mansion sect really have so many supreme techniques? They were actually questioning us. The elders of the Z Mansion also sneered. Wudong looked at the 9 great successors. One of them walked out and snorted. What? You want to experience the supreme techniques of the Z Mansion sect? Come out, I'll send you to hell. This person was called Lu Nian. He was the successor of Ruoxi. At this moment, he felt that it was a good opportunity, so he immediately walked out. The others were also discussing, spiritedly. However, they did not rush forward. Lu Nian sneered. Since you don't dare, then don't be arrogant here. Get lost. In the spirit boat, Su Lai, Hualing, and the others gritted their teeth. Damn it, I'll fight. They were ready to attack. Lin Xian smiled. You guys go out too. They will know it's me. I have my own ways. As he spoke, he struck out a dragon-shaped sword chi. Then it formed a sword chi figure. His figure flashed and soared into the sky. Lin Xian controlled the great dragon sword spirit. It was easy for him to use all kinds of supreme techniques and laws. He also wanted to see how magical the Z Mansion sect was. Chapter 4710. Someone came out, and countless people turned their heads to look, wanting to see who it was that was so reckless. In the next moment, they saw a figure blooming with light walk out. The flames on this person's body were monstrous, and there were even dragon shadows surrounding him. It was too terrifying. This person had grasped an incredible flame. You want to compete with me in flames? Lu Nian sneered. I'll fulfill your wish. He roared and charged over with monstrous power. Hand of the fire god. His palm fell like the descent of the fire god. It was terrifying to the extreme. What a terrifying ultimate technique. Everyone was shocked. The figure formed by the sword Qi also quickly rushed up. The two sides fought, and a sea of fire condensed in the sky and danced in all directions. Seeing that he couldn't take down the other party after dozens of moves, Lu Nian shouted angrily. His ability was changing. Fire God Blade. Holding flames in both hands, it turned into a sky full of blade techniques and slashed down. Heaven and earth split open. Everyone was shocked. The second ultimate technique had appeared, but the sword Qi figure was still not afraid. There was a fire dragon circling around him as if it was suppressing heaven and earth. Divine Fire Eye. Endless mysterious flames appeared in Lu Nian's eyes. It turned into a divine arrow and flew forward. The sword Dao figure shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. There was also a monstrous divine fire that filled the air. The two collided, emitting an earth-shattering sound. The sword Dao figure sneered. You're just SOSO. Countless people exclaimed. Who was this person? Why was he so powerful? He was also a top genius. Some people were surprised. They seemed to want to see through the other party, but they found that they couldn't see clearly at all. Take a punch from me too. The sword Dao figure struck out with his palm, and a terrifying power charged forward. Lu Nian roared and resisted, but he was still forced back. He vomited blood. Countless people were shocked. It turned out to be like this. Lu Nian also roared. I don't believe it. Would he actually lose? He wanted to start again, but at this time a person next to him shouted, You step back, I'll do it. Another successor rushed over, and a monstrous water power filled the air. The entire Taiping Lake seemed to be resurrected. Countless waves soared into the sky and charged towards the sword Dao figure. The sword Taoist Ringyong did not attack again. At the same time, Lin Xian condensed into a sword Taoist figure inside the spirit vessel. This time, it was filled with the power of water that transformed into 9 water dragons. They roared between heaven and earth as they fought against the Purple Palace descendant. Countless people were stunned. Another top-notch expert had arrived. They were locked in a fierce battle. The face of the descendant of the Z government was incomparably ugly. Immediately after, a third silhouette appeared. Let me see what kind of peerless sword techniques you have in the Violet Palace Hall. As he spoke, he swept his sword horizontally. Yu Fian rushed up and displayed the full moon sword art. After a great battle, her arms were numb from the impact, but she was unable to do anything to her opponent. Damn it, who the hell are you? These people were too mysterious. Their strength was not inferior to theirs at all. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be unknown. Could it be that they came from another ancient city? The others were also discussing animatedly. The figures of the sword Dao said, "Your Zifu palace is only SOSO. You want exchange for such an absolute art? What a joke!" The others exclaimed. The faces of the serene cloud sex people were cold. Damn it, they actually dared to block them. These people's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They urgently wanted to exchange for the inheritance and then leave. After all, the longer they stayed, the greater the chance of them being targeted by others. The people of Z Mansion also frowned. Elder Wudong snorted and looked at Yao Guang. Yao Guang walked out and waved her hand. "The four of you can come together. To deal with you, one person is enough." The figure of Sword Star rushed up. His overflowing sword qi swept across all directions. Yao Guang opened her hands and used the great desolate heaven splitting hand to tear apart the sword qi that filled the sky. That sword-shaped figure also disappeared. Inside the spirit boat, Hualing, and the others were shocked. What was going on? This guy was actually so strong. They looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also frowned. It shouldn't be. The last time they met, the other party was still afraid of him and did not dare to exchange blows with him. But now, the other party's strength was much stronger than before. Although he had only condensed a clone, it still had the power of the great dragon sword spirit. But the other party could easily destroy it. It had to be said that the other party's strength had increased too much. Did this guy obtain some kind of secret technique recently? Lin Xian frowned slightly. As expected of Z Mansion, this Yao Guang must have obtained something. Outside, the light-shaking realm cultivator shattered one of the figures with a single palm strike. Then he charged out again, attacking the other three. The great desolate heaven hunter's hand, coupled with another ultimate skill, killed the three figures instantly. Were they dead? Countless people were shocked. 4 top-notch experts had all fallen. This successor was too frightening. "No," someone exclaimed. "They didn't die and there was no blood flowing. Could it be a clone?" Everyone went crazy. What kind of clone was this? Yao Guang also frowned. A person who could condense such a powerful clone must have an extraordinary background. Suddenly he thought of a person. He looked in all directions as if he wanted to see through everything. Was that kid here? "Lin Xian, you're here. Why don't you come out? Are you afraid of me?" A loud voice resounded in the surroundings. Those people were shocked. Lin Xian. Could it be that these clones were condensed by Lin Xian? It can't be, right? That kid's clone can defeat a successor? It was too terrifying. When Lun Yan heard this, his pupils shrank. Impossible. He knew that the previous successor in his position was suppressed by the other party. He originally thought that he could escape this fate, but who would have thought that the other party's clone would defeat him? Damn it, I don't believe it. It must not be that kid. It must be a great sage who did it. In the world, Lin Xian's voice did not resound. This made everyone think that it was not a clone condensed by Lin Xian at all. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the spirit boat, Hualing, and the others laughed. Humph! How could these stupid ants know the power of the exalted immortal? Just wait. When the exalted immortal comes out, you'll all be scared silly. All right, it's over. Is it time to get down to business between us? Sect Master Serene Cloud said coldly. He was not here to watch the show. Sure. Elder Wudong walked down from the divine chariot. She said, "We can exchange now." Hearing this, Sect Master Serene Cloud walked forward. But Elder Wudong said, "No, you can't come. Send a young disciple here. We will also send a young disciple here and let the two of them exchange." The Serene Cloud Sect discussed for a while and felt that this was good. After all, it was too dangerous for a sect master to go out personally. Soon, the Serene Cloud sect chose an outstanding prodigy. Sect master Serene Cloud imprinted an ultimate technique into his mind and walked forward. Chapter 47:11. On the other side, a successor walked over from the Z Mansion. It was Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer took a deep breath. Her expression was solemn. This was an important opportunity for her. If she performed well, she would be put in an important position. In the next moment, she saw Elder Wu Tong's eyes become mysterious. Following that, many terrifying auras appeared in her mind. It was the 9 Nether Scripture. The process was not long because Elder Wu Tong was very powerful. He was a great saint and was unfathomable. He completed it in an instant. "All right, you can go now, Wu Tong," Old Zhang said indifferently. Qin Xianer bowed respectfully, then turned and walked forward. She walked to the front of the Serene Cloud sect's genius. The two of them reached out and touched each other's forehead. Begin the inheritance exchange. The process was rather long. After all, the two of them were only Saint Kings. The surrounding people were waiting patiently. The Serene Cloud sect's people clenched their fists nervously. Victory or defeat would be decided at this moment. Finally, when they could not wait any longer, the two of them released their hands and quickly turned back. Great! The Serene Cloud sect's people breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally obtained the 9 Nether Scripture. However, at this moment, a few rays of light streaked across the sky and rushed towards the Serene Cloud sect's genius. It seemed that they wanted to suppress him. "Damn it, you dare!" A crazy roar sounded. The eyes of the Serene Cloud sect's people turned red. If this genius was taken away, they would not be able to obtain any inheritance. An elder roared and went forward to meet the attack. Another elder took out a black box. After opening it, black flames burned the sky and spread in all directions. Boom! Miserable cries sounded out. In the void, 3 figures turned into ashes. The other 2 figures were sent flying by the elder. On the other side, Qin Xianer was also attacked. The space around her suddenly split open, and several hands reached out to grab her. Clearly, these people were not only attacking the Serene Cloud sect. They also wanted to attack the Z Mansion. Qin Xianer was facing a great enemy. This power was too terrifying. She could not resist it at all. At this moment, Elder Wu Tong coldly shouted. With a wave of his hand, he shattered the surrounding void. 2 figures flew out and vomited blood. Their bodies turned into a bloody mist. "You dare to attack my Zifu? Do you want to die?" Elder Wudong's voice rang out, suppressing the 8 desolates. The aura of a great sage filled the air. On the other side, Netherworld Hierarch also snorted coldly and made a step forward. "I want to see who dares to attack my Tranquil Cloud sect." As the aura of the great sage spread out, the world calmed down once again. The people of the Serene Cloud sect heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, an elder walked over and said, "Sect leader, I suspect that Lin Xian is nearby. Why don't we kill him now to avoid any more trouble?" That's right, he had to kill that brat. Otherwise, he would become a great enemy in the future. Okay. Radiance blossomed from the Tranquil Cloud cult master's eyes. They seemed to have turned into 2 vortexes that connected to the 9 underworlds. A terrifying aura spread out. As the sect master, his strength was just as powerful. Not long after, he sneered. "Over there." He stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the spirit boats. Coax! Many people in the vicinity were sent flying. The others were so frightened that they fled. A spirit boat wanted to escape, but it was sealed between heaven and earth. Inside the spirit vessel, everyone's blood was boiling. Su Lai roared. Not good, they were discovered. Hualing also said, "Damn it, the sect leader's power was too terrifying." Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a terrifying light. They actually dared to attack him. Did they want to die? The Tranquil Cloud sect was truly unforgivable. Ghoulie! He roared. Ghoulie roared angrily. He formed a seal with his palms, and countless formations appeared around him. The spatial formation on the spirit boat was also activated. It instantly disappeared. Spatial teleportation? Can you run in front of me? The Tranquil Cloud cult master sneered. His gaze swept across, piercing through the void. Immediately after, the spirit boat shattered, and everyone inside fell out. Countless people looked over and exclaimed. It was indeed Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's face was cold. He was injured. The people around him were the same. Fortunately, the great sage pagoda blocked the most fatal blow. Otherwise, they would really be in danger this time. Brett, it's really you. The eyes of the Tranquil Cloud sect's people turned red. You are that Lin Xian, right? Kneel down obediently and accept your death. The Tranquil Cloud sect is not something you can provoke. The Tranquil Cloud cult master's voice was extremely cold. The scalps of the others went numb. It's over. This Lin Xian is really dead this time. Once the sect leader came, who could save him? Ghoulie and the others said, Immortal, do you want to call our people out? They prepared to send a signal. Lin Quan shook his head. There was no hurry. It was not the time yet. He could not display that power now. He took a deep breath, took the pill from Danfeng, swallowed it, and then said, You want to kill me? Too naive. You think you can kill me just because you are the sect leader? What a joke. Lin Xian's voice made the scalps of the surrounding people go numb. This brat actually dared to challenge the sect leader? Was he tired of living? The Tranquil Cloud cult master also laughed. As expected, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was as arrogant as the legend said. However, no matter what you say today, you will not survive. The aura on his body became extremely terrifying. He only needed one move to kill everyone in front of him. The people of the Golden Crow race also sneered. They did not need to do anything. This brat would die. However, if this brat died, they would also make a move to snatch his body and storage ring. After all, the other party's body was full of treasures. Who else had the same idea? At this time, Lin Xian said loudly, Whoever helps me kill him, I will give him the 9 sons' inheritance. Countless people were shocked. 9 sons' inheritance. It was one of the legendary super strong physiques. Was it not weaker than a saint physique? No wonder his physique was so strong. It turned out that he had the 9 sons' divine physique. The Tranquil Cloud cult masters, people sneered. Brat, I can also get the 9 sons' divine physique if I capture you. Is that so? Lin Xian said coldly, I know some of you have such thoughts. However, think carefully. I have the heavenly court behind me. After the Purple Mansion was reactivated, it became so powerful. Do you dare to underestimate the heavenly court? If you kill me, you might be able to snatch the ultimate technique. However, do you dare to use it? If anyone dares to use it, I can guarantee that their sect will vanish into thin air. However, if you help me, then you will be able to cultivate safely. Everyone was silent. After witnessing the foundation of the Purple Mansion, no one doubted the terror of the heavenly court. Although only one mysterious person had appeared in the heavenly court at the moment, the sky lantern had already been lit. Some experts of the heavenly court might also revive. For a moment, countless people discussed in low voices. The Tranquil Cloud cult master snorted coldly. Who dares to attack me? He displayed his powerful strength and suppressed the surroundings. Chapter 47:12. In his opinion, he was the sect master, and no one dared to go against him. But he was wrong. He underestimated Lin Xian's words. Many people looked over and said coldly, I think it's better not to fight. Some people even said, You're a senior, but you're attacking a junior. Don't you feel ashamed? A dignified sect master was only SOO. The Tranquil Cloud sect seemed to be on the verge of collapse. A few voices rang out, causing the faces of the tranquil cloud sect's people to change. The tranquil cloud sect master snorted coldly. Are you guys going against me? So what if I'm going against you? Finally, someone stood out. It was the Pill Cauldron sect. The others were also discussing. Some people really wanted to stand up for Lin Xian. After all, they could obtain a body refining technique. The tranquil cloud sect master was so angry that his hands trembled. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Brat, you think these people can protect you? Lin Xian said, they're right. You're a sect master. Don't you think it's too shameless to attack me? If you want to fight, sure. Let your tranquil cloud sect's young geniuses come out. I'll suppress them with one hand. All right. Your tranquil cloud sect's geniuses have already fallen. I'm afraid you don't have a successor. Lin Xian's laughter caused the tranquil cloud sect's people to go crazy. Damn it. 2 of their top geniuses had died in his hands, and he still dared to ridicule them? They were so angry that they were going crazy. At this time, the Golden Crow sect's people also walked up and said, we're willing to help you. Even the Z Mansion's people looked over with cold gazes. Lin Xian looked at the Z Mansion's people and sneered. If you want to exchange techniques, you can do it with me. Not necessarily Z Mansion. I have the great desolate hunting heaven-head hand and the dragon elephant finger, 2 ancient techniques. Who wants to exchange with me? Countless people were in an uproar. Was he trying to steal the Z Mansion's business? The Z Mansion's people also had cold expressions. Many elders were gnashing their teeth. Damn brat, I really want to kill him. They also had many experts on their side that had fallen in his hands. Elder Wudong's eyes flashed as he stared at Lin Xian. Was this the legendary person? There was no need for the people of the immortal graveyard to live. Sensing Elder Wudong's killing intent, Lin Xian smiled and said, What? You want to be as shameless as Sect Master Serene Cloud and attack me? How dare you? The elder of the Zifu sect roared. Wudong Elder waved her hand and said, Deal with you? You don't have the qualifications to make me fight. The geniuses of the Violet Palace sect aren't people you can imagine. Indeed, the geniuses of your Violet Palace Academy are too trash. You can't even defeat a clone of mine. Yet you're worthy of being called geniuses? Lin Xian laughed. The others felt their scalps go numb after hearing this. As expected, the 4 doppelgangers from before were all created by this guy. Has this guy's strength already reached such a terrifying level? As for the few successors who had attacked, their faces turned extremely ugly. They couldn't even defeat a clone? I don't believe you, kid. I want to fight you one-on-one. Lu Nian roared and quickly rushed over. Li Fire Divine Saber. The 2 sabers slashed down, destroying heaven and earth. Buzz, you think you're qualified to fight me? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying radiance, and the power of his soul pressed down. Lu Nian's body swayed. His soul was heavily injured. It was as if he was facing a god. The other party's soul power was much stronger than his. In an instant, he knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Unable to withstand a single blow, the geniuses of the Violet Palace Academy are just like this. I don't think there's any need for you to exchange for an absolute art. Even if you cultivate it, you'll still be trash. Countless people were shocked. A single glance was enough to suppress a successor. This guy is too terrifying. The older generation figures shook their heads. It wasn't as simple as a glance. A single glance gathered all of the other party's strength. But no matter what, the other party's strength was too shocking. Countless people looked at the Violet Palace Academy, and many of them began to waver. Yes, so what if they cultivated an ancient absolute art? In front of Lin Xian, no one could fight against him. Then what's the use of an ancient absolute art? The people of the Violet Palace Academy gritted their teeth. They couldn't wait to kill this kid. Qin Xianer frowned. Didn't she already tell him not to go against the Violet Palace Academy? Why is he still here? In the sky, in the pavilion. Shen Jingqiu looked at the figure below with a smile. Brother Lin Xian, you really came. The voice in her mind rang out. This brat had actually reached such a terrifying stage. It was truly shocking. That's because Brother Lin Xian is the strongest. Shen Jingqiu was very happy. The soul laughed. Qiu! Don't blame me for not warning you. You've offended the Violet Palace Academy. I'm afraid you'll end up in a miserable state. I won't let anyone hurt Brother Lin Xian. Shen Jingqiu's figure flashed and she rushed out. At the same time, Yao Guang's eyes were filled with a terrifying radiance. He stared at Lin Xian and said, If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Now that he cultivated a taboo martial art, his strength had increased greatly. He had long wanted to test his skills, and the other party's strength was one of his goals. If he devoured the other party, his strength would become even more powerful, and it might even cause an earth-shattering change. Is this person going to fight? Many people looked up at Yao Guang, their faces full of shock. This person had killed 4 of Yao Guang's clones, and could be said to be the strongest among the successors. You want to fight me? Lin Xian stared at Yao Guang, and a sharp sword intent exploded from his eyes. On the other side, Yao Guang's body also surged with a terrifying aura. It seemed like a great battle was about to erupt. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. Brother Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. He turned around and was stunned in the next moment. It was Qiu. His figure flashed, and he rushed over to meet her. Lin Xian was very happy. He didn't expect to meet Shen Jingqiu here. Previously, he had searched the 6 grotto heavens for news of Shen Jingqiu and Morong Qingqing, but there was no news. This made him worried, but now he knew that Shen Jingqiu was safe. Qiu, why are you here? Where did you go after I came here? Lin Xian had many things to say. Now is not the time for the 2 of you to reminisce. Yao Guang shouted coldly and slammed her palm towards him. Great, desolate, heaven-splitting palm. The terrifying, great, desolate, heaven-splitting palm attacked Lin Xian. Its power was so terrifying that many of the older generation experts felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He turned around and was about to attack. At this moment, Shen Jingqiu shouted coldly, You dare to attack Brother Lin Xian? You're courting death. She pointed a finger, and a golden finger descended from the sky. It was as if a god had descended, tearing everything apart. It shattered the great, desolate, heaven-splitting palm. Many people were stunned when they saw the scene. This mysterious girl was so strong that she could block a light-shaking realm cultivator's attack. Yao Guang's expression also darkened. He didn't expect Shen Jingqiu's strength to exceed his expectations. He could sense a fatal danger from her. Chapter 47:13. Although he still didn't know what this fatal danger was, he wouldn't take the risk of something that made his hair stand on end. He laughed coldly. Brat, you're lucky. After speaking, he turned around and left. Countless people were shocked. Was it over? Even a light-shaking realm cultivator didn't dare to make a move? Could it be that no one in the Purple Palace realm could contend against you? Even the people by Lin Xian's side couldn't defeat them? Elder Wudong's expression was cold. She glanced at the light-shaking realm cultivator. No one knew what she was thinking. That brat's strength surpassed everything. It seemed that the successors in front of her weren't his match. Then let the others come out. When the surrounding elders heard this, they were shocked. Were they going to use those people? They nodded. Yes, we know. A few elders moved quickly. Lin Xian was also shocked. Shen Jingqiu's strength wasn't any weaker than his. It seemed that she had had a fortuitous encounter in the past few years. The other people were all guessing who this mysterious fairy was. Who exactly was she? At that moment, the wind started to blow. A terrifying aura flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Even Shen Jingqiu's expression changed. Big brother Lin Xian, be careful. She used the heavenly god's finger again. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He pointed his finger, and a dragon elephant phantom roared. Boom! Boom! A thunderous sound rang out. A crack appeared in the void in front of them, and then it disappeared. Lin Xian and Shen Jingqiu's figures flickered, and they left that place. In the next moment, they appeared in another place. Their expressions were incomparably cold. An expert. This person's strength was very strong. The surrounding people were shocked. Why did it feel like he was even stronger than a light, shaking realm cultivator? Had the Purple Palace realm sent an elder to make a move? The successors of the Purple Palace realm were also shocked. The light, shaking realm cultivator's eyes shone with a cold light. Were they going to send out those people? Well, it wasn't convenient for him to make a move now. After all, he cultivated a forbidden martial art, and it was too terrifying. Once he used it, everyone in the world would probably hunt him down. However, once he entered the Great Sage realm, he wouldn't have to worry about hiding anymore. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. Thinking of this, he sneered. For now, he should just watch the battle. Who was it? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Even if you're the top genius now, it seems like you're just SOSO. The geniuses of the Grand Clarity Ancient City had already fallen to such an extent. A calm voice rang out between heaven and earth. Countless people were shocked. Who was this person? What an arrogant tone. This sentence not only looked down on Lin Xian, but also mocked all the geniuses. As expected, the other geniuses all snorted coldly. Lin Xian frowned. Who are you? Who am I? Let's see if you have the ability to make me appear. The arrogant voice sounded again. Lin Xian laughed coldly. His eyes shone with a golden radiance. At the same time, he said to Shen Jingqiu, go and watch the battle. Big brother Lin Xian, be careful. Shen Jingqiu nodded obediently. Then she returned to the pavilion from before. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret god eyes and looked around. You think I can't find you if you don't come out? Suddenly, a terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes, shattering a part of the void. A figure turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. At the same time, a surprised voice rang out. You were able to find me so quickly. You should be cultivating a top-notch technique, right? You have some strength. You're qualified to be my opponent. A man in blue armor appeared between heaven and earth. Around him, a storm surged and turned into 9 wind dragons. It was as if the wind god had arrived. What a terrifying wind energy! Countless people were shocked. The people of the Wind Clan were even more shocked. Why did they feel a familiar aura from the other party? However, the other party's face was too unfamiliar. He wasn't from their Wind Clan. You're from the Purple Mansion? Lin Xian asked coldly. That's right. I heard that you dared to challenge the Purple Mansion. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now I'll send you to hell. The armored man stretched out his hand and grabbed the void. Endless storms gathered in his hand, forming a long blue blade. The blade slashed down from the sky. Countless blade lights flashed and disappeared in the wind. Biting, cold killing intent erupted. How terrifying! Everyone was shocked. This person was too strong. Did the Purple Mansion have such a top genius? However, the people of the Wind Clan were shocked. Many of them exclaimed, Nimble blade technique. This was impossible. This was an ultimate technique of their Wind Clan, although they had exchanged it with the Purple Mansion. How could someone cultivate it to such a level in such a short time? What kind of talent was this? One had to know that they were also cultivating the great, desolate sky-splitting palm. Among the younger generation, the Wind Phoenix had just grasped it. It was simply impossible to reach such a high level of mastery. However, the other party had cultivated the Wind Clan's blade technique to such a high level. It was really shocking. The other experts also saw it. The people of the Holy Heaven Clan frowned. Wasn't this the ultimate technique of the Wind Clan? Was this person from the Wind Clan? The people of the Light Clan also turned to look. However, the Wind Phoenix shook her head. He wasn't from the Wind Clan. Lin Xian also thought that it was an expert from the Wind Clan. However, when he heard the Wind Phoenix's words, he understood. It seemed that the Purple Mansion had obtained the ultimate technique of the Wind Clan. Indeed, the Purple Mansion wasn't as simple as it looked. It was worthy of being an existence that surpassed the clan of the ancients. The genius in front of him was much stronger than the other successors. He had even surpassed the top young geniuses. After all, the successors of the Purple Mansion were already the top. However, this person had surpassed them by a lot. You are also qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian bellowed furiously and executed the great desolation heaven splitting hand as well. A huge crack extended on his hand. There was even a flash of golden light. The crack was like a huge dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, covering the entire sky. The void in front of him was shattered. Even a peak Sage King would find it difficult to survive. However, the armored man dodged it easily. Like a spirit in the wind, he instantly appeared in another location. Interesting. To be able to break my blade technique, it seems that you are stronger than I thought. However, you can try my other ultimate technique. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm and slammed it forward. An even more terrifying power of the wind filled the air. When the people of the Wind Clan saw this, their eyes almost fell out. God of Wind Seal. This was the ultimate technique of the Wind Clan. How did the other party know it? In the previous transaction, they had only given the agile blade technique, but not the God of Wind Seal. This made them have a bad feeling. Could it be that the Purple Mansion already had the ultimate technique of the Wind Clan? Chapter 47:14. The others also exclaimed because they also realized that the other party was using the Wind Clan's ultimate technique. Even Lin Xian's face darkened. Was this person really not from the Wind Clan? He snorted coldly and unleashed the Man-Ruler seal again. Both of their palms formed divine seals and kept attacking. The sky fell and the earth cracked. After exchanging 3 palm strikes, they both retreated. Su Cheng stood there, and his aura became stronger and stronger. Endless sword light surged out from his body. On the other side, a terrifying storm swept out from the green armored man as if he had turned into a wind god. His expression was extremely solemn. He could actually block the wind god seal. But I don't know if you can block the 4 strikes of the wind god. After saying that, he threw out 4 palm strikes in a row. This time, they carried endless killing intent and swept between heaven and earth. There was only one target, and that was Lin Xian's head. It seemed that he was going to kill him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He crossed his arms and struck out the mountain-embracing seal, suppressing heaven and earth. At the same time, the Man-Ruler seal was also continuously sent out. He even struck out a Taiji diagram that rotated between heaven and earth. He could feel that this attack was really too powerful. The power between the 2 sides erupted again. The primordial demon mountain was shattered, and the Man-Ruler seal blocked the palm strike. In the end, the Taiji diagram rotated and blocked all the power. Lin Xian's expression became solemn. This person was indeed very strong and worthy of his full attack. On the other side, the people of the Wind Clan roared. Damn it, this was impossible. How did you know the 4 strikes of the Wind God? Even Feng Huang was stunned. As the number 1 genius of the clan, she was not qualified to learn the 4 strikes of the Wind God, because in the clan's plan, she could only learn it after 3 years. But now, there was someone who knew the 4 strikes of the Wind God. What was going on? Who exactly were you? Several elders of the Wind Clan rushed up and blocked the space between heaven and earth. They stared at the armored man. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that things were out of their expectations. Stupid thing, the Wind Clan has declined in your hands. The armored man shouted coldly. The Wind Clan's elders went crazy. Who the hell are you? Are you from our Wind Clan? Wind enchantment. The three elders joined hands and unleashed a terrifying seal to suppress the armored man. They wanted to get to the bottom of things. With just you guys? The speed of the hand seals was too slow. The armored man's speed was very fast. He rushed out of the barrier in an instant. Then he took a picture of each of them. For large palms sent the three of them flying. The three elders were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. They were incomparably shocked by each other. His familiarity with the Wind Clan's inheritance seemed to surpass theirs. What? Does no one in the Wind Clan remember me? The armored man stood there with his hands behind his back, seemingly isolated from the world. The people of the Wind Clan were all stunned. Who was this guy? At this time, a living fossil of the Wind race cried out in alarm. It's you! This was impossible. This was impossible. What happened to the elder? That's right, great ancestor. Countless people looked at the old man. The old man's face was filled with shock. He looked at the green-armored man in front of him and walked over. He asked excitedly, "Third brother, is that you?" What? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. Third brother? This guy wasn't from the younger generation. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years. The people of the Wind Clan were even more shocked. Could it be that this was one of their ancestors? It seemed that someone still remembered him. The armored man turned his head and said, "Fifth brother, you're really old." "Third brother, is that really you?" The living fossil was so excited that he was about to cry. He really couldn't believe it. The others were also shocked. What was going on? Was this really a living fossil? But it shouldn't be. With his combat strength, if he was a peerless expert of the younger generation. But if he was just a living fossil, his strength was too weak. After all, this living fossil of the Wind Clan was already a great saint. The people of the Wind Clan also asked, who exactly was the great ancestor? The living fossil took a deep breath and said, "He is my third brother, Feng Shaoqing." Feng Shaoqing, a young genius. The elders' pupils shrank as they cried out in alarm. This was impossible. Didn't Feng Shaoqing die back then? The people of the other remote antiquity families were also shocked. They looked at the young people in confusion. An elder of the Light Clan said, "Feng Shaoqing was the #1 genius of the Wind Clan 5,000 years ago. His strength was unparalleled. He was even more terrifying than the current Wind Phoenix. Everyone thought that his future achievements would be unparalleled, and he even had a chance to break through to the realm above the Great Saint realm. However, when he was at his peak, he suddenly disappeared. Some people said that he had died and was assassinated by the powerhouses of other clans. At that time, the Wind Clan went crazy and sent out countless powerhouses to search for him. They even had an earth-shattering battle with the other remote antiquity families. But in the end, the matter was left unsettled. No one saw Feng Shaoqing again. They all thought that he was dead, but they didn't expect him to come out now, and he looked so young. Everyone gasped when they heard this. Was he someone from 5,000 years ago? It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had met people from 5,000 years ago, such as Xiao Mu. That was also someone from 5,000 years ago. But this Feng Shaoqing in front of him was completely different. Although Xiao Mu was strong, his vitality was no longer as vigorous. After all, he had suffered endless torture in the past 5,000 years. It was already very heaven-defying to be able to live. However, Lin Xian could feel that Feng Shaoqing's vitality was very strong. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth. It was even stronger than Yao Guang, Yu Fian, and the others. He was definitely a young genius. Could it be that he had regained his youth? The others also looked over, their eyes filled with shock. Even the great saints gasped. If Feng Shaoqing really had the secret of regaining his youth, then no matter what, they had to find out. The elders of the Wind Clan were also nervous. The great saint of the Wind Clan said directly, "Third brother, come back." The clan will protect your clan and use all the resources to help you cultivate. However, Feng Shaoqing said there's no need. I'm in the Purple Mansion now, and I'm doing well. What? The Purple Mansion? Feng Shaoqing had joined the Purple Mansion? Countless people were shocked. They were too surprised. Why did he join the Purple Mansion? More importantly, why was he so young now? Lin Xian's brows knitted tightly together as he watched this scene. There was someone from 5,000 years ago in the Purple Mansion. It was really unbelievable. He always felt that the Purple Mansion was too deep. On the other side, Shen Jingqiu also asked in a low voice, could he really regain his youth? Chapter 47:15. The mysterious voice in her mind rang out. No, he shouldn't have regained his youth. If I'm not wrong, he has been sleeping in the Purple Mansion for the past 5,000 years. He should have been sealed by the divine crystals. Shen Jingqiu was surprised. What is he planning to do after being sealed and sleeping for 5,000 years? She was really shocked. What can this guy get after 5,000 years? His friends from the same generation have all died. What's the point of him being alone in the world? Even those who are still alive, such as his younger brother, have already become a great sage and stand at the peak. Why is he chasing after them now? Shen Jingqiu really didn't understand. However, the mysterious soul sighed. It seems that the legend is true. What legend? Shen Jingqiu was curious. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was once a peak great sage who used the reincarnation heaven divination technique to see if there was an immortal fate. That person's strength was very terrifying and had reached an unbelievable level. He really activated the reincarnation heaven divination and saw an unbelievable scene. In his era, he saw that there seemed to be an opportunity to become an immortal after tens of thousands of years. He only saw it for a moment, and then he died and turned into a pile of bones. However, his last words were still left behind and spread out. So much so that people at that time were shocked. However, some people sighed. No one could live for so long after tens of thousands of years. Moreover, people didn't believe it. However, a small number of people still took action. They collected endless divine crystals, sealed themselves, and fell into a deep sleep. They were waiting for the opportunity to become an immortal. Shen Jingqiu also took a deep breath after hearing that. Are you saying that the opportunity to become an immortal is in our era? It was very likely that this was the case. It also explained why he had to sleep for 5,000 years. Because with his strength, if he didn't sleep at that time, he would be a great sage now. However, he wouldn't be able to live for long. At most, he would die after 1,000 or 2,000 years. However, if he was in his peak state now, he could live for 5,000 to 6,000 years, or even 7,000 to 8,000 years. It was enough to last until the opportunity to become an immortal. At the same time, the soul said that if this matter was true, then there was definitely more than one Purple Mansion. There were also some people from tens of thousands of years ago who were sleeping. It was just that they didn't know if these people were in the Purple Mansion. From the looks of it, this was truly an era of great strife. Shen Jingqiu took a deep breath. It was too shocking. This was a golden age. Not only did they have to compete with their peers, but they also had to compete with people from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. The other people were also guessing. Even the people of the Wind Clan said, "Old ancestor, what benefits did the Purple Mansion give you? Why do you want to join the Purple Mansion? Could it be that our Feng clan leader can't give you what you want?" Even the great sage asked, "Third brother, are you being controlled by them?" After they finished speaking, they all stared at the Zifu, and a piercingly cold light appeared in their eyes. "Your Purple Mansion dares to attack our Wind Clan? Do you want to die?" They decided to snatch Feng Shaoqing back. They couldn't let him stay in the Z Mansion. If Feng Shaoqing was really being controlled, then all the secrets of the Wind Clan would have been obtained by the Z Mansion. They wouldn't allow it. "What? Do you want to fight?" Elder Wudong sneered. He was not afraid at all. "Third brother, sorry for the offense. The great sage reached out to grab Feng Shaoqing. However, the great sages of the Z Mansion also attacked and stopped the great sage. The great sage of the Wind clan shouted angrily, "Hurry up and bring third brother back." The other people quickly attacked. Feng Shaoqing shouted coldly, "You're not my match at all." He shouted angrily and attacked with the 4 strikes of the Wind God. Feng Huang retreated. He felt his blood and qi churn. As expected of the number 1 genius of the Wind clan 5,000 years ago. No matter how strong the opponent was, he was only a Saint King and only one person. The experts of the Wind clan attacked with all their strength. Buzz! At that moment, an aurora flashed past. Feng Shaoqing's body disappeared and reappeared in another place. Feng Huang and the others cried out in alarm. Did he disappear? The elders of the Wind clan were also shocked. It was too fast. It didn't seem to be the power of wind. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This was the power of light. He was really shocked. Did the people of the Light clan attack to snatch this person? However, what surprised him was that the people of the Light clan also cried out in alarm. This was a divine ability of the Light clan. Who did it? Everyone was stunned. The members of the Light clan were also at a loss. They didn't get the order. How could they attack? The people of the Wind clan didn't dare to believe them. They stared at the people of the Light clan and gritted their teeth. You want to snatch the genius of the Wind clan? Do you want to start a war between the 2 clans of the remote antiquity? The elder of the Light clan said coldly, "Nonsense. Why would we attack the people of the Wind clan? Look carefully. No one attacked." Countless people were shocked. Suddenly, they saw Feng Shaoqing's body appear. Beside him, there was a figure flickering with light. It was impossible to see clearly. Was he the one who did it? This was clearly a technique of the Light clan. The people of the Wind clan gritted their teeth. The people of the Light clan were also stunned. They stared at the figure and said, "Who are you?" After that, they quickly attacked. Damn it. Could it be that the people of the Z Mansion also stole the inheritance of the Light clan? Damn it. The experts of the Light clan attacked quickly. However, the figure was extremely fast and dodged their attacks. The moment Light caught sight of this, he bellowed out. Unleashing his body of the ancient, desolate body, he dashed out forcefully. His speed was even faster than some of the elders. The figure was surprised when he realized that someone could catch up with him. He immediately slashed out with his sword. The light sword shone brightly. Light roared and slashed out with his light sword. The 2 swords clashed in the sky. Light was then pushed back. The figure in front of him also stopped. He said in surprise, "The ancient body." It seemed that another top genius of the Light clan had appeared. The ancient body was extremely rare. Many of the clans of the remote antiquity only had a handful of people with the ancient body. So far, only Light and Yi Wudao were known. That's right. I have the body of Light. Since you know, you should obediently reveal your true identity. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. 36 swords of light appeared beside Light, releasing a terrifying aura. It was terrifying. This was the top secret technique of the Light clan. Countless people were shocked that Light was so terrifying. The figure in front was also surprised. As expected of the ancient body, he was able to condense the swords of light at such a young age, and there were 36 of them. But so what? Let me show you my swords of light. Chapter 47:16. Countless rays of light appeared beside him, and the shadows of swords quickly bloomed. There were a total of 49 swords, which was even more than the number of rays of light. How could this be? The elders of the Light clan were stunned. Who was this person? Who were you? Light swords roared. The light on the figure in front of him disappeared, and a handsome face appeared. Light swords felt unfamiliar. However, a supreme elder behind him exclaimed, "Sixth Grandpa, it's you." Countless people were stunned. The The people of the Light Clan were also dizzy. This Supreme Elder was a supreme saint who had lived for 5,000 to 6,000 years. However, he called a young man Grandpa. Everyone could not believe it. The others were shocked. They had seen a genius of the Wind Clan before, and now they saw a similar scene. Although they were shocked, it was only for a moment. They understood. Could it be that this person was also a genius from a few thousand years ago? Supreme Elder, who is this person? Why are you so respectful to him? The people of the Light Clan asked. He was the #1 genius of the Light Clan who had disappeared 6,000 years ago. His name was Guang Shishui, and he had the body of the ancients. What? It's him. The people of the Light Clan were shocked. They were familiar with this name because this person was quite outstanding in their clan's genealogy. He also had the body of the ancients. 6,000 years ago, he had dominated the world. His strength was unparalleled. However, the other party had also disappeared without a trace at the peak of their power. In fact, everyone even suspected that he had died and never appeared again. This made the Light Clan feel sorry. They knew how terrifying a fully grown body of the ancients was. Therefore, they had been sad about his death for hundreds of years. However, they did not expect him to appear alive today, and at such a young age. After hearing this news, the surrounding people started discussing spiritedly. Could it be that this person was also in the Z Mansion? Lin Xian frowned. What was going on in the Z Mansion? Xin Jingqiu and the others gasped. Was this another person who had been sleeping for 6,000 years? Could it be that the legend was true? The other clan of the ancients were also shocked. One of the people of the Shengtian clan said, 8,000 years ago, our #1 genius also disappeared. Could it be that he was still alive? The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. The people of the Saintly Heavens clan were incomparably nervous. The #1 genius from 8,000 years ago, Saintly Zhen, was incomparably strong. He also had the ancient, desolate body. He wondered if it would appear. It's been 8,000 years, and there are still people who remember me. However, there was no one with the ancient, desolate body in the Holy Heavens clan. A voice sounded. Immediately after, countless heavenly steels appeared in the sky. Then they turned into a man who walked in the air like a supreme fiend god. Sage Sky Diagram. Sage Heaven Steel. The members of the Holy Heavens clan raised their heads to look at the sky. Their faces were filled with shock. How could such a young man be able to form the Holy Heaven Steel? Could he really be that genius? That's right, it was me. This young man did not try to hide it at all. Everyone was in an uproar. 3 geniuses from several thousand years ago had come back to life and appeared before everyone's eyes. It overshadowed the glory of the top-notch geniuses. Countless people looked over with rapt attention. The people of the 3 remote antiquity families walked out and said loudly, "The government, how dare you control our #1 genius? Today, you must give us an explanation." Yes, that's right. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The people of the Holy Heavens clan roared. The people of the Light Clan and the Wind Clan looked cold. We joined the Z government willingly. The 3 geniuses from several thousand years ago said coldly. They were quite cold towards their own clansmen. How could it be? The people of the remote antiquity family did not believe it. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the sky. Are you really willing? I think you have your own difficulties. Moreover, do you really think that the Z government has not taken any action in the past few thousand years? I'm afraid that the Z government has already obtained your family's inheritance. The people of the 3 remote antiquity families narrowed their eyes. This was what they were most worried about. The people of the Z government darkened their faces. Who dares to play tricks and challenge the magistrate of the Z government? A cold voice resounding in the sky. However, the voice was indiscernible. Why? Are you angry? It seems that I'm right. 3 remote antiquity families. If you don't take action now, when are you going to do it? The people of the Z government roared and looked around. Lin Xian quickly retreated because he knew that the voice belonged to He Shan. It seemed that He Shan was going to take action. He had to be prepared. The people of the three great clans walked forward together. Even the great saints released their terrifying auras. Z government, although you have a strong foundation, the three families are not to be trifled with. If you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being rude. The people of the three families walked forward. It seemed that they were going to take action. At the same time, the mysterious voice said, "Don't worry, the Z government will give you an explanation. Soon, you will know that there are more secrets in the Z government." Because the other side had already started to take action. The people of the Z government were shocked when they heard this. "What do you mean? Do you dare to take action against the Z government?" There was no reply. Elder Wudong frowned as well. In the next moment, the bell in her hand rang, and an urgent voice sounded. "Someone is attacking the Z government." "What? Someone is really taking action." Elder Wudong shouted angrily, "Leave quickly." They rushed to the sky with their people. The three geniuses from several thousand years ago also wanted to leave. Where could they go? The great sages of the three great clans had finally made their move, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they attacked. These three geniuses must return to their families. "You are courting death." The people of the Z government shouted angrily and attacked. The battle between the great saints broke out in an instant. The others quickly retreated. Lin Xian and the others flew to the sky and said, "Let's go to the Z government." They turned into endless streams of light and flew over. The others also exclaimed. Someone said that the Z government seemed to have been attacked. "Let's go and take a look." Who is so bold? One figure after another flew towards the prefectural magistrate. "Damn it, retreat quickly." Elder Wudong shouted angrily. He struck out with his palms and tore the 9 heavens. His white jade palms were like the palms of a god. Humph! The great saint of the Wind clan snorted and struck out with the divine wind seal. This seal was much stronger than the one Feng Shaoqing had used before. After all, it was the power of a great saint. Between heaven and earth, the void shattered and everything was swept away. The great saint of the Light clan used the sword of great light. 108 sword shadows swept through the 9 heavens. The people of the Holy Heavens clan shouted angrily. The sky map appeared and suppressed everything. Elder Wudong was even more terrifying. He used 3 ancient techniques to fight against the 3 great saints. He waved his sleeve and left with the 3 geniuses. Where could they go? The people of the 3 remote antiquity families also chased after them. In an instant, everyone's target was the Z government. Chapter 47:17. At this moment, the Purple Mansion was under attack. 9 terrifying cauldrons appeared in the sky, suppressing everything. They formed a cage with destructive energy and rushed toward the gate of the Purple Mansion. The void shattered, and countless large cracks spread out in all directions. Countless arrays appeared around the Purple Mansion for defense, but the 9 cauldrons were too terrifying, with a great saint controlling them from the shadows. Cracks began to appear on those formations, and they began to shatter. In the Purple Mansion, many pavilions and terraces began to be destroyed and turned into dust. Some of them even exploded into a mist of blood directly. It was like the end of the world. The people in the Purple Mansion roared crazily. An elder rushed out and roared, "Damn it, there's a strong enemy." They were shocked. Who dared to attack their Purple Mansion? Did they want to die? The people of the Purple Mansion quickly counterattacked. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they were also stunned. Did they already start? He was really surprised. It seemed that He Shan was not the only one who came. There were at least several Supreme Saints. They even took out a terrifying Supreme Saint weapon. That was why such a terrifying scene was happening. After all, The defensive array of the Purple Mansion was so terrifying. It could be broken at this moment, so one could imagine how powerful it was. The others were even more shocked. These remote antiquity families knew how terrifying the Purple Mansion was. Now someone was attacking. Who was it? It was definitely not the remote antiquity families. Someone said, could it be the Heavenly Court? It was possible. The Heavenly Court and the Purple Mansion were sworn enemies. Now that the Heavenly Lamp was lit again, the Heavenly Court's experts might have returned. These people were watching from afar because the scene in front of them was too terrifying. When Elder Wudong and the others arrived, their eyes were red. Damn it! This time, the enemy was far beyond their imagination. Elder Wudong roared and rushed forward, trying to tear the 9 cauldrons apart. His energy kept rising, as if a god had been resurrected. He began to gather the great Tao and borrow the power of heaven and earth. It even formed a parasol tree beside him. The tree was covered in flames and kept rushing forward. The power of the great Tao rushed to the 9 cauldrons and set off an endless storm. At the same time, the experts in the Purple Mansion came out one after another. One after another, the great sages unleashed their ancient ultimate skills and swept across the area. Finally, the 9 cauldrons were blocked. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Elder Wudong and the others returned to the Purple Mansion. When they saw the shattered mountains and rivers around them, their faces turned ugly. Another elder said, "Damn it, I wonder who attacked us." Elder Wudong's gaze was like lightning as it pierced through the sky and shouted coldly, "Who was it? I want to see who dares to go against us." A cold laughter resounded in the air. Was the Z government that powerful? Weren't we the ones who broke the mountain gate? You should be from the Heavenly Court, right? A mere Heavenly Court. Not many of you are still alive. How dare you behave so atrociously in our territory? This time, I will destroy all of you from the Heavenly Court. At this time, another voice rang out. It was a loud and clear voice. You are wrong. We are not here to destroy you. We are here to make a deal with you. A deal? The people from the Purple Mansion were puzzled. You want to destroy everything with the 9 cauldrons? And even destroyed their mountain gate? This was a slap to their faces. Elder Wudong said coldly, "You do not even dare to show your face. You are not sincere at all. If you want to see me, that is easy." An old man in plain clothes walked out. A sickle hung from his body, looking like he had just finished planting. However, at this moment he stood in the air, releasing a terrifying great sage might. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled. When Lin Xian saw the other party, his pupils constricted. It was him, the people from the Deity Tao Union. Xiao Chen recognized this old man. Previously, this was the person who helped them in the second astral realm, fighting against the mortal realm. Xiao Chen recalled that this old man was just a sage ruler back then. Now he was already a great sage? Or was the other party originally a great sage but had his cultivation suppressed for some reason? Just at this moment, Black Mountain arrived beside Xiao Qin in the air and whispered, "You are right. They are indeed from the Deity Tao Union. Furthermore, they belong to the Heavenly Court. What you saw earlier was just their clones. Their main bodies are still sleeping. This time, I used the sky lantern to summon them over for an important matter. Their current strength is not at their peak yet. However, with these Deity Tao Union people gathered together, it is sufficient." This was a very simple explanation, allowing Lin Xian to understand. Although the Heavenly Court was destroyed back then, not everyone died. A portion of them remained behind to recuperate. Of course, these people no longer dared to use the Heavenly Court's name. Hence, they used another name to establish the Deity Tao Union. The Deity Tao Union had newly recruited geniuses and also the incarnations of some powerful experts. These people were scattered all over the universe, secretly doing all sorts of things. Their main goal was to restore the Heavenly Court. When Lin Xian heard this, he felt incredibly shocked. The conflict between the Heavenly Court and the Purple Mansion seemed to represent two factions. Furthermore, they were two extremely horrifying factions. It might even be far beyond Xiao Chen's imagination. After all, there was an immortal opportunity after the Purple Mansion realm. Instead, the Heavenly Court commanded the Deity Dao. Shaking his head, Lin Xian knew that what he saw so far was only the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Chun stopped thinking about this matter. Instead, he asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Later, cooperate with our 9 cauldrons and attack. Release all of your people. This time, are we going to completely take down the Purple Mansion?" Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain said, "No, the Purple Mansion's accumulations are extremely strong. Furthermore, their methods are very strange. It is impossible to destroy them. Even when so many experts, clans, and sects worked together back then, they only managed to severely injure them. They could not destroy them at all. What more now? Then, what is the purpose of this time? Is it just to vent our anger and slap their faces? How can that be? Our matter is not that simple. There is something sealed under the Purple Mansion. This time, we're going to break the seal. If that thing was released, even a Violet Palace realm expert would have a headache dealing with it. It might even be severely injured again and fall back into deep sleep." When Lin Xian heard this, he was shocked. "A seal? What is that thing?" Black Mountain did not say anything. Instead, he said, "If we want to go to the sealed land, we need someone to attract their firepower. The 9 cauldrons and the people you brought were prepared for this." Lin Xian indicated that he understood. "Don't worry. Leave it to me later." Lin Xian only needed to attract everyone's attention. He would leave the rest to Black Mountain. Hence, he smiled and prepared to give the order at any time.